Hi, this is Eric from longboxreview.com. Welcome to episode 100. Thank you so much for joining me on this very special episode of the Long Box Review podcast. This is episode 100. I'm so excited to be here recording this. I hope you enjoy this. This is going to be an extra sized anniversary super duper special, something along those lines. So it's going to be a long one, guys, and so I hope you're in for that. Based on some feedback I've received recently, sounds like a lot of you like to listen to podcasts as you're doing stuff, or maybe driving somewhere, getting to work, or wherever you're going, and you appreciate these longer episodes. Well, this is one for you because it will be a very long one. I have, I'll tease this, I have a very great conversation with my many-time co-host, Travis, who came back to join me to talk various things for this episode, and that's a very long conversation. I also have some great feedback, some voicemails from some people, and I also have an email that I will read shortly, along with some feedback from iTunes. So all of that will be coming. And let's see here. Just to get started, I wanted to thank everyone. First of all, thank all the listeners out there for putting up with me for 100 episodes and then some, and I'll explain that in a minute. I very much appreciate you guys listening. I really appreciate the feedback I've gotten over the years. It's been fantastic and lots of fun, and I can't believe I'm still doing this after all these years. So let me just briefly recap the history of the Long Box Review podcast. I already talked at length about this and kind of my origin story of comics and my comic reading in episode 32 from, I believe it was September 2012. This is episode 32, Who Am I? So if you're interested in hearing me talk at length about myself and why I got into comics, why I got into podcasting, that's the episode for you to listen to. And I won't rehash that too much here. Mostly because I don't like repeating myself. But I will say, did you know the Long Box Review podcast officially debuted on July 1st, 2010. And that's with episode 0. I'll talk about that in a second. Episode 0, Brave and the Bold, where I talked about Brave and the Bold, issue number 34. That's the most recent Brave and the Bold volume. And then I released the official first episode 1, which almost a month later on July 30th, 2010, where I talked about Batman, Superman 700, and Wonder Woman 600. So it was kind of a big deal for that, for those titles. And so I talked about those. And then I came out with some episodes thereafter, totaling 100. Let's see. At some point, I started doing these special interstitial podcasts, which I call the Gutters, where I talk about things relating to comic books, but not necessarily directly about any particular book or news about that. Mostly kind of my observations about various topics, but they're usually comic related. The first one I came out with called A Dream of Flying, which was on February 21st, 2014. And I have had 15 up to this point, up to episode 100, I have had 15 of those The Gutters episodes. So if you are like me, sometimes I will listen to only certain episodes of a particular podcast that I like, depending on the topic or the guest, or if it's maybe like I do on my show, where I have basically kind of two shows in one. If you're curious about some of those things, please, feel free to check those out. If you don't, that's great too. I enjoy the show as you enjoy the show. That's kind of my motto. Let's see here. Some more stats, just real quick. And I touch on these with Travis in the talk that we have, but I have had, out of the 100 episodes that I have released, I have had 56 episodes featuring guests or co-hosts. So that's, obviously more than half of the episodes I've had someone on here, which has been great. The first 3, well, 4 if you count episode 0, episodes of the show, it was just me talking. And then on episode 4, I interviewed Travis for the first time, and he has been a guest on the show, or a co-host on the show, I should say, 40 times, including this episode. So that has been a lot of fun. And I did that because I wanted to have, I figured that the show would be better served if I had another person on the show to talk to converse with, to bounce ideas off of, to riff off of. And that has worked great for 56 of the 100 episodes. Not only did I have Travis on, I had one of my very best friends, Greg, on for a couple episodes. Peter Rios was on for 5 episodes with him. Mike, one of the listeners, he was the first iTunes reviewer. I had him on for 1 episode, and I need to have him on again. I really enjoy talking with him. Bruce Leslie of the Heroes and Villains podcast, he was on a couple shows with me, and one of which was just a rebroadcast of one of his episodes, but it was about Nightwing. So he graciously, I should say, allowed me to rebroadcast that episode. So, Damien from Sleepy Reader 666 joined me for 4 episodes on my show, and I joined him on one of his, but we talked about the fantastic series Danger Club. So you should go check those episodes out if you're interested in that comic. We talked in depth, obviously, 4 episodes. And then more recently, I've had George Hanna from the George and Tony Entertainment Show for a couple episodes, and hope to have him on for more. I should also mention that a couple episodes, which was the best of, or favorites, I think it was, of one of the years, I had Matt and John, a couple of YouTube comic book reviewers and entertainers, joined me with Travis on episode 80 and 81. So there you go. I've had a lot of people on the show, and it's been fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed those episodes as much as I did. But there's also the episodes where, like I said, it's just me and a microphone. And I know George talked to me. I can't remember if we talked about it on this show or on his. I think it was on his show, where I was fortunate enough to be a guest, where he asked me about why I do the show solo. Why do I get into my office here in front of my computer and with a microphone pointed at my mouth, and why do I just, word verbiage all over everybody? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But I did, and I'm keeping it in anyway, because I'm a big goof like that. Mostly because I'm not as diligent as George is about getting a guest on I think every episode. And sometimes I just want to get up here, or get down here, I should say, in my office, and just rant a bit about various things. It's convenient for me to do so. I don't mind it. I could just spout off whatever I want and say what I want, and no one can directly call me out on my stupid ideas. I just enjoy talking about comics. I enjoy it so much, obviously, because I started this podcast. It wasn't enough for me to just write about them on the blog. I I fell in love with the medium of podcasting, starting out by listening to Comic Geek Speak, just like a lot of us comic book podcasters out there. We owe a bit of gratitude to that crew for doing their show and inspiring a lot of us. There were some other podcasts that I listened to about that same time where I just wanted to just talk, which is weird to me because growing up, and I think I've mentioned this on the show before, but growing up, I was a pretty shy guy. I didn't talk to people that much. I was really kind of, I did. I talked about this in episode 32. But yeah, if you had known me back when I was a mere lad, and then look at me now, you would not think that I would be doing something like this. Just like I said, I was shy. I read comic books, that's what I did. I read comics and I watched Star Trek and other science fiction stuff. And I read science fiction novels and, I was, that kind of typical nerd, right? But, I found that I really love just talking about comics. And so I started the podcast all those years ago. I also wanted to mention real quick before I moved on, not only have I done this show for 100 episodes, plus the 15 gutters, plus the 0 episode, which I need to mention, talk about as well. Well, I'll just talk about it now before I get to that. Sorry, I may meander a bit here. I apologize. So episode 0. Why am I celebrating episode 100 when I have 16 other episodes in the feed? Shouldn't I have celebrated episode 100 a while ago? Yeah, probably, if you're gonna be technical about it and whatnot. But episode 0, just like in the comic books, they don't count it. It's there, but it's not part of the numbering, or it disrupts the numbering, like the DC folks did when they went to the issue zeros that they did. 6 months? No, a year? I can't remember now. I think it was a year into the New 52. I think, that's what it was. Where they went back to issue 0, but then the numbering kept going. The next number from what came before issue 0. There you go. Issue 0 is often the prototype comic for many titles that are out there. They'll issue a number 0, and then the number 1 will come, and that's really the official start of the comic book. So I kind of did the same thing. No big deal. It is what it is. This is episode number 100, and I'm running with it. But like I was saying before, so not only have I had 116 episodes in the feed now, I've also been very fortunate to have been invited on to other people's podcasts and YouTube channels. And so, I've been on, let's see here, 3, 4, 5 episodes of an audio podcast. So I did several Heroes and Villains podcasts with Bruce, and I was more recently on the George and Tony Entertainment Show number 98 in late 2015. And I've also been on 4. Sorry, I'm miscounting my own list here. I've been on 4 YouTube episodes. 2 comic book parfaits hosted by Travis. That's a special show that he did with a bunch of his buddies on YouTube, and he included me on that. And also I've been on, in January of 2016, I was on Damien's show where he just talked to me about various things, and that was a really cool conversation. I really appreciated that. And most recently, in May 2016, Matt, his channel is Wednesday's Serial. He invited me to talk about Mage, the Hero Discovered, that series from the early to mid 80s. So we talked at length about that. So I actually have a new tab on the website. It's longboxreview.com/appearances. And you just click the appearances tab if you go to longboxreview.com. Anyway, there are links to all those shows there. as well as all the links to my show, the podcast, and all of the previous shows that I've put out there, along with a pull list that I keep up to date of all the comics that I'm reading, and everything else that I posted there at longboxreview.com. It's not as much as I put out. I used to put out a lot of content on the blog, and more recently I've decided to focus more on the show. Although I do put out reviews, most recently reviews of trades that I've read, where I don't actually talk about those particular trades on the podcast. So if you're interested in knowing more about what I think about various comics that I haven't talked about here, you can always go there and read them, read about them on at the blog. So there you go. And there's also the Hero Initiative Challenge that I have. If you go to that tab at the website, where I challenge you to support the Hero Initiative and help support the creators that have entertained us for so many years. Anyway, there's my PSA. That's my plug also for the show. So a while ago, I put out the call to everyone that on Twitter, on the blog, here on the podcast feed itself, I put out a call for people to send me any questions or comments they have about the show. Basically, just kind of open it up for participation for you guys. And some of you have been gracious enough to have responded. So I really appreciate that. And if you feel so inspired by listening to this and decided, hey, I missed out on this, which I totally understand, you have your own life and things happen and that are much more important than answering the questions or throwing a question my way. But if you decide down the road that you have something to say or want to ask me something, please do so. You can always do that by emailing me at longboxreview@gmail.com, or you can go to the website, and I have the contact/feedback area or the tab that you can click on, but it's longboxreview.com/feedback, and there's a bunch of ways you can get a hold of me. There's the voicemail number, of which I got a few voicemails regarding the feedback that I asked for. Like I said, I'm on Twitter at Longbox Review, Facebook. I now have a Facebook page instead of a Facebook profile, which that still irritates me to this day that Facebook did that, but it's their game, so they get to make the rules, right? But regardless, the URL is the same. It's facebook.com/longboxreview. I think that's about it. I also have, just so you know, I have an Instagram. Again, it's instagram.com/longboxreview, a Tumblr, same thing, longboxreview.tumblr.com. I'm on Google+. It's all Longbox Review. The YouTube channel, where I sometimes do videos where I show you the comics I'm talking about. Usually it's after I go and buy a bunch of stuff, like I did most recently at Emerald City Comic Con. And hopefully I'll be doing that very soon after I return from Heroes Con in Charlotte, North Carolina. But that's at youtube.com/user/longboxreview. All this stuff is on the website. Go to longboxreview.com/feedback. But so I asked for general comments or questions, but then I had listener Sean, asked me a bunch of specific questions and thought it'd be fun to have people answer those questions. So I kind of altered them a little bit. I hope Sean didn't mind. But what I have here, and what I want to start out with, is Sean's questions and his answers. And it's also really cool. I want to point out that Sean, I found out through our conversations that he actually is from Idaho too, or he lives in Idaho too, just like I do. So that's really cool. I like knowing that people from my home state also listen to the show. So if you're in Idaho and like to get a hold of me, please do. But anyway, to Sean's email. Happy 100th, it says. Hello there. First off, I want to say congratulations for 100 episodes. That's a big accomplishment, and I hope the next 100 plus episodes go great. As do I, Sean. As do I. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. His first question: how did you get into comics and why? So this is Sean's answer. I got into comics as a way to collect something that I liked. And I'll see. Okay, I'm gonna interject here already. How people get into comics is something that just fascinates me. And I always, whenever I have someone on the show, I always try to answer or ask that question because I want to know how people get into comics. You know, it seems like not a lot. It seems like everyone's origin story is unique in various ways. And so I'm just always curious what that is. And so Sean is going to tell us that, what his story is. I had so many friends who collected sports cards, which was all fine and good, but what else were they but stats of sports stars, right? Which is kind of why I never got into cards like that myself. It's like, there's a picture, there's some stats. Big deal. To me, just to me. I liked comics, but didn't know much more about the medium. I didn't even have a favorite hero at the time. I just wanted to try it out. Once I bought my first comic, which was Green Lantern number 190, for 75 cents, I knew this was something I was going to get into. Well, there you go. Green Lantern 190. Let's see here. So Green Lantern number 190, that is so that the cover has John Stewart Green Lantern on there, along with the character Predator. And this is by Steve Englehart and Joe Staton. And the character Predator would come back in the Blackest Night, I think. So I think Predator is one of those emotional spectrum creatures that John's brought into the lore. And although I'm sure that's not what we get here from this Predator. Although I don't know for sure because I haven't read that issue. So that's from July 1985, I believe, is the cover date. But yeah, like Sean said, it's a 75-cent cover price. So yeah, I remember those good old days. Anyway, so let's move on. Well, and like I said, how did I get into comics and why? That's really into, or I covered very, very much so in episode 32. But just briefly, you know, I got into what I call collecting, but you know, long-term reading of comics because I was my mom and dad got divorced. My mom moved us off to this really small town in South Central Washington State, and I had no friends, no relatives except for my brother and sister and mom there. So I felt really isolated and alone, and I found some comics at a local store and just fell in love, and the rest is history, as they say. Let's see. So the other question here, what are some of your favorite comics and why? And Sean's answer, some of my favorite comics are The Flash, pre-New 52, Starman, the James Robinson run, excellent series. Preacher, Why the Last Man, Saga. Oh, this is a great one. Scud the Disposable Assassin. Sean, if you're listening, I read a few issues of this, and it's so much fun. It's such an it's kind of like Deadpool, only well before Deadpool, as we know Deadpool today. Kind of like that, I have to say. So much fun. I actually don't have any issues of this, but it's been on my mind recently. Well, in the last, I don't know, year or so, that I kind of want to seek out some of these comics and get them into my collection. And finally, he says The Walking Dead, also a great series. Yeah, these are all good. Except for The Flash. I never really got into The Flash. Well, I'm thinking of the Barry Allen Flash. I certainly enjoyed the Wally West post-crisis Flash. I really enjoyed that for a while. And all the rest of these are excellent comics. Although Preacher, I have to say, I only read the first storyline, the first like 5 or 6 issues, and I gave up on it. It's one of those, though, that I plan to go back and like buy the trades and read the entire thing, because I hear from various people over the years, or I've heard from various people over the years, how great that series actually is. So I'm looking forward to that. Some of my favorite comics, I've said this many times on the show, New Teen Titans, especially when Marv Wolfman and George Perez was doing it together. Paul Levitz on the Legion with various artists, but when Keith Giffen came on, that whole run of comics is really great. Oh gosh, there's so many comics that are my favorites. Anything by Brian K. Vaughan, pretty much. Y the Last Man being one of those. Saga, of course. Watchmen, of course. Dark Knight Returns. Those are favorites of mine. Superman for All Seasons, because I've convinced my wife to read that story. As I tell her, you can't read that without loving that character and that story in particular. Daredevil, the run on Daredevil with Frank Miller, and then later, what was it? Ann Nesenti did some stuff. Geez, there's just too many to list, Sean. I don't think I can list just one. What else is springing to mind though? Kingdom Come has always been a favorite of mine. Marvels, for that matter, because it's Alex Ross doing that. But those are great stories too. At the same time, just so many good comics. And so I'll stop right there. Because I'm forgetting a whole bunch more. I know they're in my collection. I don't want to run through the list, but really good stuff to be had out there. Next question. Do you have any experiences with comic book creators that you'd like to share? So Sean says his first experience with a creator was when Kurt Busiek came to town for a signing. I brought in a Jones soda bottle, of which I'm familiar, but I don't think I've ever had any Jones soda. They have unique art on the labels, and this one had art by Alex Ross with the Jack-in-the-Box character from the Astro City comic. And might I say, wow, I did not know that. I didn't know that they did that. That is really cool. Anyway, so Kurt Busiek thought that was one of the neatest things that he ever signed, and Sean still has that proudly displayed in his office. I will tell my experience with a comic book creator in a later segment. He also has autographs and art done in a charity book that he got from Emerald City Comic Con, the Monsters and Dames charity book, of which I have a few copies myself. Let's see, one year some of the autographs that he got, the artist would do little doodles, and then the next artist or writer would see what the previous person had done, and they would try to outdo them, and so on. So pretty soon he says, I have a book with great art. That's actually really cool. I don't know how that happened, because when in the books that I got and I went and had the artist sign that charity book, they didn't draw anything. They just would sign it. So that the fact that you got that, Sean, that is awesome. And I'm very jealous. And so finally, this question, what do comics mean to you? And that's a question I asked Travis as well. I also asked George this question in episode 99, I believe. No, it was 96. 96. Anyway, whatever number it was, I asked George this as well. It's just one of a favorite question of mine to ask. For Sean, it's just a medium that can tell so many stories, and they might mean one thing to one person, but the next person can see it in another point of view. All from little cartoon pictures. I see this medium to be one of the strongest and best ways to tell stories. I can't disagree with that at all, Sean. That is many of the main aspects why I love comics and what comics mean to me. Mostly, though, if I'm just going to generalize, comics just tell fantastic stories that, for me, that really mean a lot to me. Not all of them are superhero comics, but that makes up the bulk of my collection, I think. Maybe not so much anymore. Well, probably still is true, but the non-superhero related stuff has certainly grown over the years. But mostly it's just the medium of comics. I love to read. I don't mind sitting and watching a TV show or a movie, but I love to read. That's been part of my life for so many years. And with comics, you get the best of both worlds. You get the words on the page, but you also get the narrative as told through the pictures. And I love the way that comics, this is just one aspect, but I love the way that comics can transpose aspects of a story with the words and the pictures not always matching, sometimes usually complementing each other. And you could do that in film, but it's a different way. Of course, I love the way that you can tell a story via the transitions, i.e. the gutters in comic book panels on comic book pages. I love the page turn, where the last panel on one page leads into the next one, and you may have heard about this, how many artists and writers set up the story so that every page turn is kind of a mini cliffhanger. I love that aspect where you know what's going to happen next. It makes you want to turn the page, right? Those are things that can't happen in other medium. So those are just a few things that I love about comics. And just from the superhero side, growing up, like I said, as I did, I was kind of a loner. I was isolated in that year that I discovered comics in the way that I did, and superheroes were a way of escapism. They were a way to get me excited about these people that were more powerful than I was, right? So it was just a way for me to enjoy things that I couldn't do so with other people at first, anyway. Then when I came back, when my mom moved us back, I got back together with my friends. That's when we would read comics together. We'd swap them. I'd read Travis's, he'd read mine. Same with Greg and other people over the years. And so we'd have these great conversations. And you go to comic book shops and talk with the proprietors there or the people who work there. Most recently I would go to the comic book shop in Spokane, and one of the managers there, Matt, we got to know each other over the years, and we would just talk comics, and we had similar tastes, and he'd recommend stuff. And I would do the same, and we would just talk about stuff like that. And I really enjoyed that. And then Matt left, and now I don't get to do that anymore. So it's one aspect about comics that I love, just the social aspect of it. And yeah, you have social media, you have YouTube, and like I said, the other podcasts I listen to, but it's not as immediate, right? It's not like sitting in front of someone, watching them talk, seeing their reactions. That's just I love that social aspect part of comics. So there you go. And Sean ends his email to me with, "Thanks for all that you do, and keep doing it." So thank you, Sean. I very much appreciate that. I'm glad that I'm providing something to you, something of service to you, entertainment or otherwise. And by that I mean, maybe you listen to some of these shows and go, "Oh, that's just crap." His opinion just crap. I hope not, but I get it. Anyway, so lots of great information from Sean. So thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate that. Thank you also for helping me focus some of those questions that I put out there for people to answer. And if, like I said earlier, if people want to, they can certainly contact me with their answers to these questions. And those are at longboxreview.com. I'll include a link in the show notes for that if people would like to respond to that. So if you can't tell, this episode, the unofficial theme of this episode for me, and that's the whole kind of structure of it, is past, present, and future. And so I've thrown in a lot of the past. I've talked a little bit about the present. I'll talk about the future coming up. Speaking of the past, I wanted to talk in particular about a particular book. So as I revealed in episode 32, and I've talked about many times, there were 3 comics that I bought that fateful day in late fall. I guess it was late fall 1978 in that little town in South Central Washington. One of which was Marvel Tales number 98, which was the reprint of The Death of Gwen Stacy. Another one was Avengers number 177, which was the final issue of the Korvac saga. And the third issue was Amazing Spider-Man number 187, which featured Captain America and Electro. And I want to talk about that one because I don't think I've really discussed that issue in any kind of detail. So, Amazing Spider-Man 187, cover date, well, it just says 1978. I'm not sure when this came out. Oh, it says December 1978. So, came out a few months before the end of 1978. On it has a big box or a big I'm not sure what it's all spiky. It says still only 35 cents. So, sticking it to the competition. I think DC was doing 40-cent comics at the time. Also under the title banner here, it says Marvel's TV sensation. So this is the time in which the live action Amazing Spider-Man series was on TV. So that's probably why I gravitated towards Spider-Man, because like I said, I got 2 issues featuring Spider-Man. Those 3. It's probably why I did that, because I was watching Spider-Man on TV. Anyway, so it has on the cover here, Spider-Man's leaping over Captain America, who's punching towards us on the cover, punching at Spider-Man. And Spider-Man's thinking, I don't get it. Why is Captain America after me? And Cap is saying, I told you to get out of here, Spider-Man. Do I have to smash you to stop you? And lurking in the shadows, it says at the bottom banner, Electro, as if we can't see that in the shadow image that's behind both of the characters on the cover. But anyway, so this issue is by written script, edit, co-plotters, and layouts. Well, let's say, okay, so it says Marv Wolfman and Jim Starlin. Okay, so Marv did the script, Jim Starlin did the layouts, and they both edit and co-plotted this story. Bob McLeod did the finishes with, it says A. Kowecki on letters and Michelle W. on colors, with Jim Shooter being the consulting editor. And so this issue is titled The Power of Electro. So this is my introduction to Spider-Man as he existed at that time, Captain America, and this character called Electro. I'm sorry, and I forgot to mention, Keith Pollard did the cover art for this. So Spider-Man arrives in this town. There's a little flashback a couple pages into it. Basically, J. Jonah Jameson is wanting to know why this certain area, I think it's called Indian Point, has been cordoned off. There's nothing coming out as far as news releases or anything, or why there's a roadblock and all this stuff. So Peter arrives there, sees that there's a blockade, and then changes into a Spider-Man costume, and then discovers that, well, it's like a ghost town. So he's jumping around. Lots of thought balloons in this. Lots and lots of thought balloons. And then all of a sudden he's attacked, and it turns out to be Captain America. And so Cap basically is like, get out of here. And he's really over the top with it. He's like, not only does, Spider-Man, get out of here. You got to go. He's like, now go, beat it, and swipes his shield at Spider-Man menacingly. And of course, Spider-Man does not take very well to that, not being told what to do, reacting that way. And so he takes a swing at Captain America. Here we have the usual Marvel heroes fighting together, and of course, in the end, they start to work together. But it's this great 4-panel page that I'm looking at. So he takes a swing at Cap. Cap blocks it. He takes another swing, punches right in the shield, doesn't do anything, and then Cap just lets loose and knocks Spider-Man off or down or into a wall, I guess it is. And then Spider-Man's up against the wall. He's got the little stars around his head. He's a little loopy there from the hit. Anyway, so Cap again tells him, "Get out of here, or must I?" And then Spider-Man's like, whatever. I got my own problems, and he takes off. And then Cap thinks to himself, "I'm truly sorry about this, Spider-Man. I understand you want to help, but I have absolutely no choice in this. You may not know it, but by leaving, you just may have saved your life." Now, couldn't he have just opened with that instead of just being belligerent? Spider-Man, there's a situation here. You might die if you stick around. So please leave and let me take care of this. Of course, Peter wouldn't, but he ends up sticking around anyway. So it doesn't matter. So Cap should have just been anyway. I'm nitpicking now. Anyway, so Cap runs off and we get another flashback. This issue's full of flashbacks, but we find out why the area has been cordoned off. It turns out that this little town, let's see here, this little boy, he's walking with his dad, and it looks like a really nice place, well manicured lawns. The guy's wearing a suit. The dad is going to, he's a movie idol. It's Robert Starr is the name of this guy. Kind of looks like Robert Redford. Anyway, they're walking along, and the little kid is saying, "Daddy, are we going to England with you?" So, I assume it's a nice place to live. It looks pretty clean. And all of a sudden they're walking along, and this rat jumps out from somewhere beside the kid and bites him, I think. It's not quite clear. It doesn't, the way the picture is drawn, it makes it seem like he got bit, but that's not the point. The kid gets the plague. We find out later. It's inferred here because they show a beaker and microscope and syringe and a clipboard with tests. But they send the kid to a specialist in New York, but the kid never arrives. He's kidnapped. And so, like I said, we do find out that it's the plague. It's the bubonic plague, which nowadays is not, things like this do crop up every once in a while. But back then, I'd heard of the bubonic plague, but it was always talked about as if it was done and over with. Although let me back up. That was later. This actually was my first introduction to the bubonic plague. It was shortly thereafter that I found out, kind of the history of the plague and how it spread and all that stuff. But this was my first interaction, or my first revelation about that subject. So here it is, one of my very first comics, and I'm learning something. That's one of the things I love about comics too. Why comics? To help answer that question again. Because I learned so much. There's so many things that I've learned, even if it's science fiction-y type stuff, like alternate dimensions and parallel universes and things like that. I learned about the bubonic plague from this comic. Well, okay, so now Cap finds the kid in Indian Point. Oh, you know what? I take that back. So this thing, I'm misreading it. After all these years, this thing happened to this kid in some other area. Indian Point, I believe this is where they track the kid down and his kidnapper. And the kidnapper, of course, is Electro. He makes a big splash entrance here. So this is on page 19, and let it be said, there is the page number printed on the page, which I so miss. I wish they would do that again. Anyway, Cap's talking to the guy. The guy's in a trench coat. Cap grabs him, and then you turn the page, and this is that's where the mini the mini cliffhanger occurs. So you turn the page and then boom, here's this big 2/3 size single panel of Electro crackling with electrical energy, tearing off his trench coat and zapping Cap at the same time. It's actually quite good. I love the art in here. So Jim Starlin with Bob McLeod doing this was really good. Anyway, Electro's about ready to zap Cap into oblivion, and Spider-Man shows up and kicks the guy from behind. And then, of course, they start fighting. All the two heroes and Electro end up basically taking him out. There's this nice, again, another one big one panel where they both punch him at the same time. Only in comics, right? But it looks cool. The kid comes out of hiding, running towards him, and Electro grabs the kid again and threatens him. And this is the big reveal. I ruined it by telling you, but at the beginning. But Cap is so during the course of this, they show Electro coughing every once in a while, like he's sick. And Cap's like, the only place you'll go with that child is to your grave. And Spidey says, grave, aren't you the least bit melodramatic, Wings? And Electro says, what do you mean? And that's when Cap is like, don't you understand yet? Barry Starr, the kid, has the plague. And of course, Electro doesn't believe him. And Spider-Man says, wow, now it all makes sense. That's why you didn't want me hanging around. So sure as shooting, Spidey blunders right on in. Yep. That's Spider-Man for you. Anyway, Electro realizes that Captain America isn't lying. Well, duh, it's Captain America, right? Recent revelations notwithstanding, if you've heard about the ending to Steve Rogers' Captain America, or is it Captain America Steve Rogers? Whichever that thing is that Nick Spencer wrote recently here in now June 2016 as I record this. He flings or pushes the kid away, yelling, get away, and he zaps the door and runs off. And he goes to this substation, or at least it appears to be a substation or some sort of electrical generation thing. And he says this station's electricity, so it's got to be a substation. Anyway, he taps into the grid and starts siphoning power, and there's this great panel showing just Electro's face with his teeth gritted. And he's like, and it's all in white and yellow, because of the electricity. He says, "Give me enough power to burn away this plague, enough power to make me invincible." And then it goes on, and he's connected, and he realizes too late, too much power shooting into me. I can't take any more. Good heaven, I can't disconnect. I'm overloading, and then boom. And of course, Cap has the kid in his arms, and Spider-Man, and they both run out. So anyway, it appears so they later after they've contained the fire and secured the area. This is Shield. Shield has been there the whole time. I forgot to mention that. But this is my first introduction to Shield as well. And here's Dum Dum Dugan, I believe, showing up, and there's no sign of Electro, and they got the kid to the doctor in time. He'll be good as new, Dugan says. You got your shot. You got your shot, Spider-Man? He says, that's all behind me now. And I do mean behind. I'll be remembering this every time I sit down. Ba-dum-bum. Although, do you get... Maybe I'm thinking of rabies, where you get the shot in your stomach. Anyway, doesn't matter. There's a reference. I thought this was really cool. There's a reference here where Dugan. So they're talking about. He's talking to one of his agents, and the agent says, "We'll need a cover story for the media. They'll want to know what happened up here." And Dugan says, "Why don't we tell them what we did last blackout during the Godzilla affair? Yeah, tell them it was lightning. They bought it then. They'll buy it now." So I had no idea. So I'm pretty sure Marvel did a Godzilla comic. Not refer. I don't think they're referencing where Godzilla appeared in something else. I don't know for sure. All I know is Godzilla. There's a reference to Godzilla in a Marvel comic, and then they end on that lightning joke. So, but this was. I think this is representative of this is a good example anyway of why I fell in love with these superhero comics back then. It's got a lot of action. It's got some humor, some pathos, with the kid, and even Electro. I felt kind of bad for Electro, even though he kidnapped the kid. He was asking for ransom. He almost killed Captain America, tried to kill Spidey. He's not a good guy, but in the end, I felt kind of bad for him. And that's one of the things I love about these stories and the way that comics can make you feel something for the bad guy. And if the writer's doing his job, the writer and the artist are doing their jobs right, they can make you sympathetic towards, the quote unquote villains of the story. And it was just really cool to see, Spidey and Cap fight. The art was great. Like I said before, really good art. Really good for me, really good art to be introduced to for some of my first comics. So, anyway, like I said, as part of the past aspect of this show, I wanted to talk about this particular comic. It was good. It was really good. So, if this at all interests you, and I realize I've spoiled it, but with my summary, you should really check it out. If you can find the individual issue, of course, but I'm sure it's reprinted somewhere. And also in here, there's this great. Speaking of Godzilla, like I said, there's this great one-page ad for Saturday Morning Fever. It's an ad for the cartoon series on NBC at that time. And so there's the new Fantastic Four. This is where they have Herbie the robot instead of the Human Torch. You have Jana of the Jungle in the Godzilla Power Hour. You've got Godzilla and I guess it's his son here. And of course, Yogi's Space Race. Yeah, so God, I miss that kind of stuff. You also have this in the very middle of the comic. You have the I don't know if anybody remembers these, but they had these candy bar sweepstakes. So this one is for in particular Milk Duds, but it's got Dr. Doom here trying to sell us Milk Duds. I love comics for this kind of stuff. You don't see that kind of stuff these days. Or at least I don't anyway. So yeah, all these great ads. There's another one, and this is the last one I'll talk about, but here's a one-page ad for superhero merchandise where if you clipped out this you clipped out this part of the page, you could get things like the Spider-Man flash camera or the Spidey car with boat and trailer or a Spider-Man backpack. Super Shooter, where you can shoot rubber tip projectiles. The Spider-Man utility belt. A yo-yo with Spider-Man and Spidey the talking vehicle with no batteries needed. All these great things that I always kind of wanted to send away for, but never did because I didn't want to cut my comic up. Are you crazy? Great stuff. So check that issue out.
Hey, Eric, it's George Hanna from the George and Tony Entertainment Show, sending congratulations to you on your 100th episode. The last time that you posted about the 100th episode, you asked everybody to give you some questions. And most of the questions that you suggested, I already answered when you were kind enough to have me on the show on episode 96 and 99. So I have a unique question for you. You mentioned something about buying a lot of back issues at Emerald City. And I want to know what is the appeal of going through those back issue bins, because I love it too, but I'd like you to tell us what you love about going for all those back issues that you brought back. Plus, I'd like to know if you own any original artwork. And if so, what are some of your prized pieces? I'd like to end this congratulatory message with a little PSA to remind everybody out there not to drive and podcast at the same time. Please keep your eyes on the road. This is a public service announcement from Longbox Review and the George and Tony Entertainment Show, because we care. Eric, congratulations, and I'm looking forward to the next 100. Hopefully you'll be kind enough to have me back on. Take care. Excelsior.
Oh, George. Okay, so I feel like I may have to explain his PSA for those that haven't listened to the podcast or haven't checked out the podcast feed, where I have episodes of the Gutters, or maybe those people who only listen to the numbered episodes, which this is part of that. Anyway, the last Gutters episode that I released, I talked about how I was driving while recording. So that's the reason why George threw that in there. But regardless, George, regardless, thank you, George. I very much appreciate you sending that voicemail along, and that this is one of those where I got a message on the voicemail number that I have set up for the podcast, which is, if you are so inclined to call, it is 208-953-1841. Anyway, so George left that message, very kind of him. And let's see here. So why? Well, let me answer the second question first, and then we'll get into the meat of George's question. So any original art? Well, I have a bunch of prints, from artists, but I assume that George means where I've had an artist actually draw something for me. And I don't have a lot of that, quite frankly. That is the arena in which my good friend Travis deals in. He has a bunch of original art that he's collected over the years as he goes to Emerald City Comic Con. I haven't really delved into that a whole lot. As I said, I only have one piece. I keep thinking about it, though, and given that I'm going to be in Heroes Con in the middle of June, I'm seriously considering asking some artists to do some sketches for me. But as to the piece that I have, and I believe I talked about this on one of the Emerald City Comic Con wrap-up episodes that I released in years past, but I have a piece from Barry Kitson. I asked him to draw me a sketch of the Invisible Woman, and the reason I did so was because at the time he was working on that book, and I just absolutely fell in love with Sue Richards and the portrayal of her in the book at the time. And so he not only drew Sue Richards, and this is when the Fantastic Four was in their white costume phase, and so he did that, but he also watercolored a bit of it where the background is blue, and her gorgeous blonde hair. So it looks really cool. There's there is a story behind this, and I know I've told it before in that episode, but I'll just recount it real quick. At the time Barry Kitson was doing free sketches, or sorry, I just blew that. At the time that Barry Kitson was doing sketches, he was doing them for free, with the only caveat being that you had to stick around and watch him draw it. So I guess he kind of wanted to show those of us who wanted some of his art what it took to do the art, and also to just have conversations with the people that were wanting his art. Unfortunately, there were other things I wanted to do. So essentially, my wife came with me, as she often does to these cons, and she volunteered to stand in line for me, and so I could go do some specific things, and then I would come back and check on things. And so the whole idea was she'd stand in line for me, And then I'd come back after I was done, and then I would talk to Barry and request the sketch that I wanted and do that. Well, by the time I got done with the thing that I went off to do, my wife had already got to the front of the line and asked Barry to draw this thing for me, which I understand Barry was not very happy about. He wanted me to be the one to make the request since it was for me. But he was gracious enough to do it and gave me a bad time when I came back. But he was like I said, he was really nice about it in the end. But I had him. He asked who I should make it out to, and I looked at my wife and said, "Well, since you stayed all this time," and she stood around for quite a while, waiting for this sketch and talking with Barry's assistant, whose name of the gentleman I've forgotten now, but Kitra and them had a really nice conversation over that time, and in later cons, that same assistant, Kitra would see, and they'd say hi to each other and talk for a little bit, even though Barry wasn't around, which I thought was kind of cool. But anyway, so I turned to my wife and said, "Well, since you're the one who stuck it out here for me, Barry should make it out to you." Now, again, Barry was really nice, and he made it out to both of us. So it hangs up on my wall in my office. Very proudly, I have it hanging up there. And so that's the only piece I've gotten so far. And like I said, I hope to get some more art eventually. And we'll see how HeroesCon goes. Okay, so George asks me, what is the appeal of going through the back issue bins and getting those back issues? Well, that's a big question, right? And but I guess the answer is kind of simple in the sense that I just want these books to read them. But there is some explanation there, I guess. Part of the reason I love doing it is the hunt. During the course of my decades-long comic book obsession, I have acquired certain books over the years that I've enjoyed, but I don't have all of the issues. And while I don't feel the need to have a complete run of anything anymore, there was a time where I did. And so it became a hunt to collect the run. And that's usually how it started. Or to find a back issue of some story, some title that I really wanted to have an issue of for some reason. Nowadays, though, it has something to do with recapturing that era that I began reading comics in. So late 70s, early 80s. For example, I'm looking to get the complete run. There's that again, but it's not just because of the run. Because I used to have this title. It's the New Adventures of Superboy. And I remember early on in my comic buying career, if you will, that I got some of those issues. I remember I had the first, half dozen, maybe dozen of those issues. And then somehow along the way through the years, I got rid of them. I think I gave them away to my nephews or to some other people. I really don't remember what happened to those issues. But I do recall that I really enjoyed the New Adventures of Superboy, especially when Paul Kupperberg was doing the art. I just really liked that style for that character, for the Superboy, especially for the pre-crisis Superboy that we got in that book. And so just recently, I've been collecting those issues, the ones that I had and lost or gave away. I've been getting those again and decided that for whatever reason, I decided to get the entire run. So I think I'm nearly there. I think I'm one, maybe two issues off from having the whole thing. But that's essentially it. It's just wanting to read certain stories or parts of titles that I missed out on, and like I said, maybe even getting complete runs of series that I have a lot of. Blue Devil was another one where I had a bunch of I think I had the first 16 issues, and for some reason I dropped the title back then, maybe because of money. Lack of enough money, or maybe the book just wasn't interesting me enough at that time. But it comes from a time of comics, and Blue Devil especially, kind of like New Adventures of Superboy, they are different. They were different than what else was on the shelves at the time. Blue Devil was more or less a comedy title featuring a superhero, a reluctant superhero. But I always kind of liked that I always really liked that character and his power set and just the story and the characters that Paris Cullins, I'm blanking on the other person involved with it, but I remember Paris Cullins being a large part of that book. Oh, I just looked it up. It was Dan Mishkin and Gary Cohn also had a hand in this. Anyway, I just really liked that character, and so I went back and got all the issues. So now that's another book I get to read eventually when I get to that in the long list of things I haven't read yet in my collection. So that's essentially it. It's just getting those stories, getting those issues, and I really enjoy the hunt for those back issues, especially at cons. I know I can buy a lot of this stuff online now, but I really enjoy going through the boxes at the cons and comic book shops when I visit those. It's just a lot of fun. I just really enjoy it. So, George, thank you again for the voicemail and the questions and the PSA. And of course, I've had George on more recently in episode 96 and 99, I believe, and I'm looking forward to conversing with him in the future. So make sure you check out George on his podcast with his partner Tony at the George and Tony Entertainment Show at georgeandtony.libsyn.com or on facebook.com/georgeandtonyentertainment.
Hi, Eric. It's Damien from the Sleepy Reader channel on YouTube, your old pal. And I just want to tell you how excited I am that you've made it through 100 episodes. I can't tell you how happy I am every time I see one of your episodes show up on my iPhone. I immediately play it on my commute to work, and it makes my day much more pleasant. So I wanted to ask you a question, and then I'll give you my answer also. My question for you is, if you had the ear of the comic book industry and could tell them how you would want them to improve the current state of comic books, what advice would you give them? Like, what one big piece of advice would you give them? My answer to that question is, I believe comics need to start doing shorter stories. Not just one and dones, but maybe 3-parters or 6-parters, because it often seems like their stories now are open-ended and just sort of collapse when an event comes along or something. And I think the reading experience would be a much healthier one if there were stories that ended in 1, 2, 3, 6 issues. It used to be a big deal when a whole 6-issue story happened. Now 6 issues is just like a chapter. And we're getting such ridiculously open-ended stories that I think in the long run it's unhealthy for the readers and for the comic book industry. Anyway, that's the advice I would give the comic book industry if I had their ear. And I'm sure they all listen to Long Box Review, as they should. I'll talk to you later, Eric. Bye-bye.
Wow, Damien, that's a great question, and I'm not sure I'll be able to adequately answer it, but let me try. But first, let me say thank you for the message, and also I very much appreciate your support. I'm glad to hear that the ramblings that I put out on the interwebs are enjoyed as you indicated they are. So I very much appreciate you being a listener. And also I wanted to thank you once again for letting me be on your show, on your YouTube channel. And everyone should check that out. That's at Sleepy Reader 666 on YouTube. Let's see here. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack with your question. I assume that you mean that you're really talking about like the big two superhero books, because you mentioned events, and long ago when it was a big deal when a comic story went 6 issues or more, and that's been my reading experience as well, having read all those superhero comics in years past. So I'll limit my comments to that, I guess. And you bring up a great point about the stories. I've often thought the same thing, and I'm glad to see actually they are doing that to some degree, maybe more successfully at Marvel, because stories seem to go these odd number of issues. They're not just 6 issues or 12 issues. I'm thinking of Jason Aaron doing Doctor Strange more recently, and the Thor, his Mighty Thor comic right now. So there seems to be precedence for that, or at least examples of that. That's probably the better way to put it. So besides letting stories be the length that they should be, as you so eloquently put, boy, I guess my advice would be let the creators be the creators. And by that I mean let them tell the stories that they have to tell. That's not to say that they shouldn't be coaxed, that they shouldn't be corralled, because you don't. These are corporate properties, and I get that. So you don't want people just going crazy and I don't know, killing off Superman, for example. Although they did that, but killing him off and replacing him with somebody else, for example. Now they've done that successfully with other characters, I know, but something along those lines, right? Doing something really crazy and off the wall, although sometimes that works really well too. I know I'm not I'm bouncing all over the place here, but so there has to be limits of some sort, but editorial has to be savvy enough, smart enough to recognize when going off the rails is a good thing, but also keeping things in check enough so that we don't end up with a product that is unrecognizable or not as enjoyable. It's a tough balance to achieve, right? I would be very hesitant to take that job, to try and mold these stories as an editor, mold these stories in a way that keeps my corporate masters happy, as well as the very fickle audience that we are, quite frankly, right? We all have our tastes, and they all vary very differently, and we all get upset when things don't go the way that we think that they should, right? But that's not to say that change is bad. Change can sometimes be really, really good. So let me get back to my original point. So what I think creators ought to be allowed to do is to tell these stories regardless of length. So I'm going to connect this to your idea. They could be 3 issues, it could be 7, it could be 22. Tell the story that needs to be told. If you talk to any writing professional, and I've talked to many over the years in my studies in grad school and whatnot, that's what they tell you to do. Tell your story. It doesn't matter if it's this long or if it doesn't matter if it's in this format. It doesn't matter where you get it published or how you get it published, but tell your story. And that's what I would like to see more of. That's not to say, however, that that event books in DC and Marvel, or other companies for that matter that publish superhero stories, that they can't be affected by the event stuff, but it has to be done smartly. You can't just interrupt the flow of the story just to have some sort of tie-in for a potential boost in sales, I guess. Although I know I keep doing the on this hand and on the other hand thing, but sometimes a boost in sales can really help a book. So that's one way to do it. But again, it's about telling a good story for that character or characters at that particular time, with the vision that the writer, the artists involved, all of those creators, all those collaborators, what they bring to the table. That's, I think, the most important part of at least superhero comics for me. It's important for every comic, but since we're talking mostly about the big two, that's really where it's at for those companies. So great question, Damien. I don't think I did your question with my answer did it justice, but there you go. That's what I'll go with for this episode. But it sounds like something that you and I should get together and talk about some more in depth. So there you go. There's your invitation. We will get together soon and talk, Damien. And like I said, everybody, check out Damien's YouTube channel. The link will be in the show notes.
Hey Eric, this is Peter Rio, sending in my thoughts for your episode 100 celebration. I'm not sure if this speaks to any of the questions you asked of your listeners about comics, but maybe it might fall under the question of why comics? Why comics for me? For a quick, easy response, I'll say, because I like when they do fun things like the following. Back in 1995, there were 5 DC titles that were celebrating their own 100th celebration. All 5 of these titles hit issue 100 between February and July of 1995. They were Flash, Superman, Justice League America, I should say, Wonder Woman, and Green Arrow. Of all the newly launched post-crisis or post-Legends DC titles from 1986 or 87, these were the 5 that remained. These were the 5 that continued on long enough to hit issue 100. Now, there was also Captain Atom, but that only went up to issue around the 50s. Suicide Squad stopped around the 60s. Doom Patrol was finished by the 80s, and that morphed over to Vertigo. Now, there was Hellblazer, but that reached issue 100 in 1996, and it wasn't necessarily a part of this little celebration. So, the 5 titles, Flash, at that time was written by Mark Waid and drawn by Salvador Larroca. Superman was by Dan Jurgens. And I believe that was the last time he did full pencils on the issue. Now, he would do a few more issues after that, but issue 100 marked the end of him doing both writing and penciling for the long term. We had Justice League America, which was written by Gerard Jones. Wonder Woman was written by William Messner Loebs and Mike Deodato. That was their last issue. And Green Arrow was by Chuck Dixon and Jim Aparo. And all of these issue 100s were either kicking off a storyline or ending, well, I guess they were mostly ending a storyline. Flash was wrapping up the Terminal Velocity storyline against Cobra. Impulse had joined the book not too long ago. Jesse Quick had joined the book. Superman was this battle against a friend from Smallville called Kenny Braverman. He was known as Conduit, and this was wrapping up that storyline. Justice League of America, or actually it was just Justice League America. I'm not quite sure what was going on in that issue. Wonder Woman was the end of the Artemis storyline, the contest storyline, and eventually John Byrne would take over shortly after with issue 101. And Green Arrow was wrapping up Where Angels Fear to Tread, which would take out Green Arrow from the DC Universe for a while. Connor Hawke had been around for a while. He would take over the Green Arrow identity. So, except for Green Arrow, all of these issue 100s had two covers. Had a standard newsstand cover with a typical comic book cover, and then a variant foil cover. So they had 2 issues each, except for Green Arrow. The foil cover was all of them had a black background. There was a cover blurb. For instance, it was a cover blurb written in silver or white. Flash said, "Quicken the Dead." Superman said, "The Death of Clark Kent." Justice League America said, "Return of a Hero." Wonder Woman said, "Fall of an Amazon." And Green Arrow said, "Where Angels Fear to Tread." And then down at the bottom was the main character in each book in silhouette, with sometimes their emblem highlighting through. For Justice League America, it was a silhouette of Guy Gardner in his warrior identity. I thought it was great that DC chose to connect all 5 of them to mark their celebrations, considering they were the ones that made it. They were the ones that made it to issue 100. And I believe only 3 of them would actually go on to 200. So not only individually were they celebrating their 100th issue, but as a group, through these foil covers, DC marked them as as a celebration among all 5 titles as well. It wasn't like you had to read them all together. They were standalone stories. They were standalone titles. You didn't have to read all 5. They weren't connected, but they were connected in celebration and by cover, and that was really cool. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like comics, because sometimes they celebrate themselves in very interesting, fun ways. So a question for you on your 100th episode. Do you have a favorite 100th issue of a title? Also, have fun in Heroes Con. I think you're still going. What a great show. It is so worth the trip if you're going down there. Take care, happy 100th, and keep up the great work.
Wow, Peter, thank you so much for that message and the wonderful idea. This is one of the things I love about comics. The fact that DC could play around with this event without turning it into an event, so to speak. So yeah, that's a really cool concept, and thank you for sharing that. Just a few things to get out of the way first. Yes, I am going to Heroes Con this year. I'm looking forward to it as I record episode 100 that this is part of. It is about 2 weeks before I go to Heroes Con, and I'm so looking forward to being there and experiencing what I hear is one of the best shows for comic books and comic book related material. So very much looking forward to that. I wish I could see you there, Peter. And let's see. So 100 are issues that I have in my collection that are number 100. So I looked through everything, and I did not have as many of these issues as I thought I did. So it kind of surprised me. I have here, I'm just going to list them. There's not that many, really. I have an issue of The Invincible Iron Man, with a 30-cent cover cost here. That I got, I think it was a gift actually from my son-in-law's father. I've talked about stuff I've gotten from Dean on the show before, or at least on the video on YouTube, the YouTube videos that I do when I show this stuff off. I have the X-Men 100 issue. It's the giant size special. It's by Chris Claremont and Leinil Francis Yu. I just acquired that from a major comic book purchase that my sister-in-law told me about. She saw a bunch of comics, and I said, just buy them all, and I got that as part of it. Let's see here. Teen Titans number 100 from 2011. So this is the final issue of the pre-Flashpoint Teen Titans, where the group battles the Superboy Prime and his Legion of Doom. And speaking of Titans, I have the New Titans issue 100. This is the, and Peter, you referenced the foil cover. I do believe that this issue has a foil cover or something like it. It's really shiny anyway. This is the issue where Dick Grayson and Coriander are going to get married, and then from 1993, and then the evil Raven, the Dark Raven, or I can't remember what they called her back then. Anyway, the corrupted Raven shows up and spoils the party, and in fact, I think this is probably the beginning of the end of my liking the New Titans book. That was probably before that, but this was kind of like the culmination of it. It's like, really? Let's see, Nightwing 100. This is from 2005. This is the one where Nightwing, it's kind of like the culmination of the story by Devin Grayson, where Nightwing tries to bring in, or does not tries, Nightwing breaks off his relationship with Tarantula. That doesn't go well, and also turns her in to the police for the killing of Blockbuster, and then tries to turn himself in as an accomplice, and things don't quite go that way. And then it leads into what comes next in the series, which was Nightwing Year One, which I always enjoyed. There is Justice League of America, JLA number 100. This is from 2004. This is by Joe Kelly, Doug Monk. The Elite show up again in this storyline. I'm not sure why I got this one. It's a back issue purchase. I think I was just trying to get some of the JLA run, and before I decided to just go all in as far as the trades go. Not very pleased with this issue. And I think my earliest, yes, it is. This is my earliest 100, issue 100. This is Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man, number 100 from 1985. 84, it says, actually. 84, I guess, on the cover. Anyway, this is, on the cover, if you go look at it, it's got Spider-Man there. Looks like he's about ready to battle the Kingpin, who is standing atop these big block concrete-looking numbers, and it's 100. It's 100. And then interspersed on the cover is the Spot. I guess I got it because, well, probably because of the cover, because I wasn't exactly reading Spider-Man at that time, so I'm not sure why I got this. Other than the fact that it was issue number 100, I'm guessing I probably just got it because of that. Because I have a penchant for wanting 100 issues in the hundreds, so 100, 200, 300. I try to get those for some reason. But that is not my favorite issue number 100. Out of all those, I have here John Constantine, Hellblazer, issue number 100 from April 1996 is the cover date. This is by Paul Jenkins and Sean Phillips. And this is a little story where John is dying and he goes to hell, or at least his spirit goes to hell. Or does he? There is some suggestion that perhaps this was just a fever dream, if you will, and he doesn't actually go to hell, but he believes it is the case. But what it is a story of him basically trading barbs and matching wits with the adversary, which I believe it's the adversary here. Although I'm not quite sure what if John is in hell, I'm not quite sure what the goal of the adversary was. But it was an interesting examination, and this is why I like this issue so much, because it's all about character. It's all about the past and how it affects you and the actions that you've taken. It's also about forgiveness and redemption, mostly about, well, and about stubbornness too, because after all, it is John Constantine we're talking about. But there's a large part of the story has to do with John's father, whose spirit is also trapped in hell. In fact, the very first panel in which we see John's father, he's hanging from he's hanging from a bunch of coat hangers. There's one through his head and through his arms, or at least they're holding him up through his arms. And so you're not quite sure what that's all about. It's kind of a interesting image. It's kind of gruesome, but it turns out in the end, and I'm going to spoil this for those that have not read this. It doesn't matter because you got to read the whole thing, the series up through this issue 100 anyway, just to get the full effect. But needless to say, John and his father had a contentious relationship, and it goes back and forth. We get to see scenes from the past where they both remember these things and kind of paint each other paint the other person in a poor light. And of course, the truth is somewhere in between. But then we get to the meat of the story, where we find out that John's mother, whom John has been told and believes he is the reason that she is dead, actually it turns out it was the father's fault, and he forced her to get an abortion. Then, of course, that goes very poorly, and that's why, of course, John's father is strung up on these coat hangers. John, in the end, forgives his father for this transgression, but also doesn't try to save his father's soul. So there is like I said, there's a bit of forgiveness here, but John is still the asshole that he often proves himself to be. So for that very, very reason, this is the best issue 100 that I have in my collection. So Peter, thank you once again for that. This is one of the very interesting pieces of feedback I got when I asked for such feedback about my episode 100. So I appreciate that very much, and of course, I appreciate you for having been on a few episodes of the podcast. That was very gracious of you, and I love the conversations we have had, and I look forward to doing more in the future. And everyone should go check out Peter's podcast, The Daily Rios, at thedailyrios.com. And even though he doesn't do a daily episode like he used to, he does put out essentially special episodes every once in a while. And he also appears occasionally, not nearly enough, on the Comic Geek Speak podcast. So go check that out at comicgeekspeak.com. And right now I am joined by my very good friend and longtime comic book connoisseur slash oh wow, the word just left my brain. Fan?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the word I was looking for. Travis is back on the show. Hi, Travis.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Thank you so much for joining me on my 100th podcast episode. This is I felt it was very appropriate that you and I get together and chat, because we have you appeared on episode 4 of the show, and that's when I consider that the show kind of kicked into another level, essentially, because those first 3 episodes that I did, 4 if you count the 0 episode, but I'm not counting that. That was just me chatting about particular issues of comics, and I always felt like I wanted to have another voice, to actually have a conversation. Having a conversation by yourself is technically kind of hard. So I thought I would, when I was thinking, well, who could I have on the show? Who could I get on the show to talk comics with me? And you were, of course, my first thought.
Well,
because you and I have been reading comics for a very long time. And you're just so the folks out there in the listening world know, Travis and I have been friends since 8th grade. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think so, because I think we were inseparable the 9th grade.
Right.
That whole year. So
Yeah.
I think I met you like spring of 8th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to get into that in a second, but we've been friends for that long. And out of everybody that I went to high school with, and I apologize for those people who may have gone to school with me and may be listening. I really doubt they are. I have 2 best friends from high school that I graduated with, and Travis is one of them. So it was a no-brainer for me to have Travis on the show and to talk. And we've been talking for many episodes on my show. I've been on some of Travis's video casts that he hosts.
Mm-hmm.
Although I've not been on one of your shows yet, Travis. I'm not trying to take offense to that or anything. I'm not trying to make a big deal of it, but
we'll fix that.
Well, I always wanted to come down to your studio because you have the really cool Batman background.
Yeah.
And if anybody does not know what we're talking about here, you need to go to Travis's YouTube channel, and you can see his videos where he's got this really cool like I said, Batman background. I think it's really cool. I know, Travis, you've kind of denigrated it a few times on a few occasions, but I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not to mention you tried the green screen stuff there for a while.
Yeah, I monkey around that every once in a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you still doing that?
I haven't done one for quite some time. Because my green screen actually is a wall in my house that's actually painted green. And it's green screen colored. When I moved into the house, it was that color, and it never got around to repainting it. And then conveniently, when I started doing video, hey, I've already got a green screen.
Whoa! See, I thought you actually painted that wall.
No. Oh no.
See,
no.
Okay, now see, I was thinking, wow, this guy is a true fan and professional, a video professional, that he takes the time, paints one of his walls the proper green to do these green screen effects. And here I am. I'm disappointed now, Travis. I'm disappointed.
No, it was just fate. See.
Oh, it's fate. Okay.
It's fate.
Yeah.
But that room's a little full these days, so I don't do quite so much green screen.
Full of comics?
Not yet, no.
Oh.
Full of other stuff. I had to move stuff where my comics are at into that room to be out of the way of my comics. So.
There you go. Well, that makes up for it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like I was saying, we have been friends for a long time, and out of between you and Greg, who I consider the two of you my best friends from high school that I graduated with, and that were into comics. But Greg kind of got out of comics for a while, and he hasn't really got back into them. But you have been in them for a long time. I think you took a brief hiatus there for a little while.
I missed a healthy chunk of the 90s, which I keep hearing probably wasn't a bad thing. So,
well, except for the Vertigo stuff.
Yes, well, I've gone back and picked up most of that over time. So.
Yeah. But so it was a no-brainer for me to have you on the show and to talk. Now you haven't been on every show, because shortly after that, I think, remind me if I'm getting my timeline wrong, you started doing your videos on YouTube.
Yeah,
I think it was around that same time.
Right, basically the first week of September. I think like my first videos I did were, I had ordered a bunch of the New 52 books, and I hadn't ordered all of them, so I picked some up from the local chain store, and I talked about the books that I didn't actually have on my pull list because I wasn't sure if I really wanted to commit to the long-term buying that ordering comics through Discount Comic Book Service that we do. So I think that was my first video. I started talking about New 52 comics, basically, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so that was when you and I were talking about that stuff. I'm pulling up my Should have done this before. I'm pulling up the podcast list here. Right. Okay. So yes. So episode 4. That's when I interviewed Travis for the first time. That was May 31st, 2011. And then you came back the next month. Gosh, not even. It was a week later. Episode 5. When we got together to talk about the DC Comics relaunch, the New 52, upcoming New 52. So that's when that started.
Mm-hmm.
And we then continued that conversation for several more episodes.
Yes.
Up through, let's see here. With one, well, we did talk about the New 52 stuff in episode 6, but it wasn't the focus. That was the comic potpourri episode, but we basically started talking about one of the images that, as I recall, that they had released. You know, kind of like with DC Rebirth right now, where they have that one big collage image. Well, they had something very similar for the New 52. So we were talking about that, and then we just kind of went off onto other topics. But we went until, oh my gosh, through episode 11. Oh no, through episode 11, and then I had episode 12 was something totally unrelated to New 52, and then we did another. Yeah, through episode 14, that's where we talked about the New 52 books. So a good almost 10 episodes of us just talking about New 52.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I need to go back and listen to some of those because I distinctly remember being somewhat in a panic, optimistic but in a panic at the same time, right? So,
well, keep that in mind. I want, because we're going to talk about DC Rebirth.
Awesome.
As I said in the email to you, I thought it would be a fitting callback to those early episodes of the show, and also a look forward to what's coming and how that affects us as longtime comic book readers and longtime fans of DC Comics, right? But Travis, here's a bit of trivia for you. Can you tell me how many episodes you have appeared on the Long Box Review podcast?
Holy cows!
Out of the 100 released episodes, how many have you appeared in or on? I don't know what the proper term is.
I'm gonna guess 15. I have no idea.
15.
Yeah.
You are really low.
Really? Have I really been on that many? Wow.
Well, counting this episode, so hazard another guess counting this episode.
35.
That's much closer.
Really?
40 episodes.
Wow.
40 episodes you've been on.
Wow.
Now we haven't talked like 40 separate times because many of those episodes we recorded, it was, 2, 3, sometimes almost close to 4 hours.
Right.
That I broke up into, smaller segments. But yeah, you've been on 40% of the episodes throughout the run of this show. And just so everybody knows, so Travis has been on 40, but there are I shouldn't say that. There are 56 episodes where I've had a co-host or a guest of some sort.
Cool.
So well over half of the episodes have featured someone other than myself talking into the microphone. Yeah, that's been awesome. Like I said, I want to thank you again, and also everybody else that's graciously agreed to appear on my little show to talk comics or things related to comics. And I've just enjoyed the hell out of this. So it's very fitting that you are here for the 100th episode, kind of a milestone, I guess, for me. But so we're going to talk about some big ideas a little bit, just to pick Travis's brain, and we'll see where the conversation goes. But given the length of time that you've been reading comics, and how many comics you've read over the years, I figured that you would be a good person to have this conversation with. So let's get right to that, shall we, Travis?
Sure.
So I have been reading comics continually since late 1978. So I'm coming up on 40 years of continually reading comics, collecting them, putting them in the bags and the boxes, writing about them on the blog, talking about them on the podcast or on the videos or, other people's videos, other people's podcasts. And I know you've been reading just as long, maybe even a little bit longer, actually, because you had that the start of your collection from the late 70s, as I recall, which I just found out in the last few years. I had no idea. All this time
Oh, really?
that we we were growing up together and we were reading each other's comics and stuff. I had no idea that you had these early comics until you started posting, I think, pictures on Twitter or something about, because you were going through your collection about a year or so ago.
Right. Kind of log in some of the stuff in. Yeah.
So talk about that for a second. What time frame are we talking about here? When did you, because let me back up a second, because, I read comics before 1978. I think maybe a lot of people from our generation, I don't know about the younger, people, the folks younger than us that may be listening here, how they started with comics. But for me, it was, I read, like Richie Rich, and I read Archie comics. There were just things that I read because they were around. My cousins or friends or whatever had these comics, and so I just read them. Or maybe even I was going to say maybe even my parents bought me, like the Archie digests.
Right.
I actually don't have a memory of that, but I've been trying to rack my brain for the last several days and weeks, trying to remember how I got those comics. I remember being at one of my cousin's house, and there were a ton of these comics around. So maybe that's what I'm remembering, and maybe it was just that experience that I'm recalling. But what about you? Is that where your introduction was? And like I said, I went from those, and then in late 1978, that's when I really got into superhero comics. And not only would I just read them, but I kept them. I started, quote unquote, collecting comics at that time. So that's when I really think of the beginning of my comic book obsession. What about you?
No. I have yet. This is horrible. I have yet to read an entire issue of Archie comics.
Whoa.
I know, right? Because that's what lots of people. It's like because in art, and then it's still that way to some degree in some like grocery stores and whatnot. I think at least here in the U.S., while you're standing in the checkout line, there's all the different magazines and whatnot, and there'll always be an Archie digest tucked away someplace. And most people that I talk to that are around our age that read comics, that's what they were getting and whatnot. And as kind of a start out what they were reading, and then I never did. Quite honestly, I hated reading. I hated reading a lot. Anything about reading was just like the worst thing ever. But while my parents would grocery shop, I would hang out at the magazine section, of course, back in the day when they had spinner racks and stuff, and they'd have comics in the spinner rack, and they'd have comics on the shelves. And I think my gravitation to Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was the only thing I read to start out with, had more to do with, this is horrible, television, and the Electric Company. On the Electric Company, they had these little bits and pieces with Spider-Man on it. And I don't know, at the age I was, that just seemed cool. It wasn't like I knew a whole lot about Spider-Man and whatnot. And so my first issue of Spider-Man I picked up in 76.
Yeah, so you beat me by a couple of years there.
Yeah. And so I think I convinced my mom to buy me that first issue. My parents weren't real big on anything that they considered wasted money, and And a comic book would have fallen under that category until
Yeah.
I read it.
Yeah.
And I read it, and I read it, and I wouldn't stop talking about it. And it occurred to my mother that, like I said, for me to read was like pulling teeth. And even if it had lots of pictures, clearly I was still reading stuff and talking about what was there. And so that was kind of my, gateway into comics. So then not only did I not complain about going grocery shopping because I was going to get a comic at the end of it, I would get comics then for all kinds of stuff. But yeah, that was where my first got, comics for me was kind of the parents buying me stuff because I was reading it, and that's where I first started, getting comics. Then I started getting excited about comics. Then I started finding. My brother read comics. My brother is 6 years older than me. He read comics, but he read things like Plop, which I don't know if you're familiar with Plop or whatnot.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to go hunt down some of those issues, but I also have really bad memories about those comics because I always wanted to read them. And I was never allowed to read them, and was never sure if it was because it was some content that I wasn't going to understand, or it was just that it was my brother's stuff. And the few times I tried reading it, he thumped on me pretty hard. So, so I don't know. I have this kind of really weird mixed feelings about Plop comics, but at some point I keep thinking I need to go hunt some down just to see what they really are. I'll probably be horribly disappointed if I ever get a hold of an issue or whatnot. He read those. He read some Sergeant Rock too. I wasn't much into war comics. I mean, I appreciated those. And he had a few weird. What are they? Weird World? What are they called? Weird War comics. Those were cool because those were more like a horror comic that happened to be set in a military background. Those were cool. Those kind of freaked me out as a kid, so I didn't get to read many of those. That ended up being a bad thing, but yeah, that's kind of and that was really most of my comic book buying kind of experience until junior high.
Mm-hmm.
Until I walked past the comic book/bookstore every day on the way to school, and that kind of.
Okay, so yes, I want to talk about that, but let's table that one for now. So this is your 40th year of reading comics, more or less. We know with a minor break there, right?
Yeah.
So that's really cool. See, I've known you all this time, and this is some of these details. This is the first time I'm hearing them.
Oh.
And people are wondering, you guys are such good friends? What?
Well, it's like we talk about everything. So.
No, this is really cool though. One of the things I love to do when I have someone on the show is to talk about this kind of stuff. Why they read comics, what got them into comics. I'm just fascinated by these stories, especially since back when you and I were getting into comics. Oh, and before I get into that, sorry, I'm going to bounce around a little bit here. I forgot about the Electric Company connection because I did the same thing. I watched the Electric Company, and I saw those Spider-Man shorts that were in there where Spider-Man didn't talk. There was no there. I don't. Maybe some people.
There was a narrator.
Yeah, there was a narrator, but did other characters talk, but Spider-Man never did, or was it always just narration? Do you recall that?
I think the other characters talked.
Yeah,
Spider-Man didn't.
Yeah, that was always kind of weird to me. But
he had his thought. The
thought bubbles. Yes, that's
back in the day.
Yes. I remember the one with the abominable snowman who sat on ice cream cones to get cold. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Good stuff.
That was so much fun. Anyway, so that I forgot all about that. That I'm sure that is what piqued my interest about Spider-Man. Flash forward a few years, and two of the three comics that I bought in late 1978, which I consider the beginning of my comic book obsession, two of those three were Spider-Man comic books. Now, at that time, there was also the live-action Amazing Spider-Man television series that I believe was on, oh heck, I was going to say ABC, but maybe it was CBS. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That was going out at the time because one of the comics that I bought, it said something on the banner of the comic. It said Marvel's TV sensation or something like that. So that didn't hurt that Spider-Man was also on TV in that capacity. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Electric Company, Spider-Man. I almost want to go back and try and find those old episodes to watch those.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's. I'm glad you brought up your you finding comics at grocery stores, because once I was introduced, because I when I came, I'm gonna keep bringing up the 1978 thing. So that was actually when my mom. That was about the time my mom and my dad divorced. My mom moved us to South Central Washington, in the middle of nowhere. It was a desert. It was
nothing against South Central Washington, but oh my lord,
it was literally in the desert. Oh God, I can't remember the name of the town now. Anyway, so there was this little store, and they had comics there, just like you described. There were comics. There was no spinner rack there, but there were comics in where the magazines were. So on these little stands,
mm-hmm.
And that's where and there were a ton of them. Because back then, they would just throw all these comics on the magazine rack. And there was a store. Travis, do you remember the store that was in North Lewiston? There was a grocery store. I don't know if you ventured over there much.
No.
Okay, so there was I don't remember the name of the store now, but there was a store over there where they did the same thing.
Yeah, I got my comics at Buttree's grocery store.
I don't remember that one. Where was that?
Up in the mall. It would have been, before they remodeled, it would have been right about where the Rite Aid is. Is it still Rite Aid? Yeah. Yeah. It was that corner spot right there. Yeah.
Okay. So and
then it became Payless. Do you remember
Payless? That's when I remember.
But it was Buttree's grocery store before that.
Jesus, wow. See, there's more history than I was not aware of.
Oh, I don't know that history that matters.
My mom didn't shop there. She shopped at another store, and I went where my parents went. So
sure.
Anyway, so there's this other store where they had comics in the magazine rack, and there were a ton of them.
Yeah.
You go to a comic book shop now, and you're lucky if the shop owner has the previous month's comic on the shelf with the current month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back then, you could have 3, 4, maybe even up to 6 months or comics from 6 months ago just stacked there, because they didn't have the returns that they kind of do now with some things. And of course, the comic book shops now, they'll take those comics off the shelf and put them in their back issue bins or their boxes, right? Well, the grocery stores didn't have that. So at some point, somebody, I guess, decided. See, a side note, I would love to talk to somebody that did that job. How
did the newsstand part?
Yeah. How do they know what to order, how many to order, how long to keep them on the shelves? Just that stuff, again, that just fascinates me. But yeah, so I would go in there and just leaf through all of these comics. And back then comics were 35, 40 cents when I started getting them, and I had no money. I was I had to do some chores to get pennies, literally pennies.
I had a nickel allowance, yeah.
Oh geez, see, you were rich compared to me.
Yeah.
So I would just leaf through all these comics and try and find one that I could afford. I could get one comic, and it was just like the sea of comics to me, just leafing through those. But anyway, so there's that, and then flash forward. So that would have been 78, 79 for me. So the comic book / bookstore, or comic book shop / oh wait, we got to back up. I don't recall. Did you ever go to Kelly's Comics?
No.
In Clarkston?
Didn't even know it existed.
Okay. So Greg,
I didn't know it existed until after I met you and you talked about it.
Okay.
Did not even know it existed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Greg introduced me to Kelly's Comics. So I started going over there. We would ride our bikes or walk over to Kelly's Comics almost every weekend. And so that was my first introduction to what I guess you could call it a proto comic book shop, because this was a shop that was in
his living room.
Well, his parents' house.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
So yes, and it was literally in the living room of this house. I'm not sure how he convinced his parents to allow this, but anyway. So he actually had comics in boxes. I don't recall if he actually had new comic shelves to promote the new stuff coming in, but he certainly had subscriptions. So I started getting monthly comics through him. But then shortly within, I want to say maybe a year. When did Dr. Rocks start doing the comic thing? Do you remember?
Well, it was the book trader, right?
Right. And so that was the used bookstore, the secondhand bookstore that was literally down the street, like maybe a block or two from the junior high that we went to.
The width of a football field, not the length, but the width of a football field is how far it was from junior high.
Right.
Yeah, it was the book trader to start out with, and they were selling comics as the book trader.
That's right. And then then he did the music thing, right? Then it became
then they decided to get rid of, they slowly transitioned out of books altogether.
Right.
The used books, because they were a used bookstore, transitioned out of that and into Dr. Rocks, and it was comics and cards and music and skateboards and whatever else he could figure out.
Well, exactly.
They thought he could sell to the youth that walked around, because literally when you're that close to the school, clearly you want to cater to the customer that's right there. I think was Jerry's assumption.
Yes. And do you remember the day, I think you and I were the ones together. We walked into, I guess, the book trader then, and he came up to us and just said, basically, hey, if I started getting comics, would you guys be interested in that? Do you recall that?
No, I don't remember that conversation.
I don't know if he had been asking. I'm sure he asked other people, but but you and I and some of our other friends would go in there constantly. I started going there looking for books, and actually it was Tim. I've forgotten Tim's last name. Mitchell.
Oh yeah.
He's the one who told me about the book trader. I had no idea it was there. And so I started going there to get the wild card books.
Right on.
Remember those?
Yeah.
Look up the wild cards books. I think those actually were. Here's a connection to Game of Thrones. I think those were overseen and edited by George R.R. Martin. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look it up, but anyway, but they eventually made a comic book series out of the wild cards books. So there's your comic book connection. But anyway, so yeah, I remember one day walking into the book trader and Jerry coming up and just basically asking, hey, would you guys be interested in comic books? And I'm like, yeah.
Who is it? Come on.
So I didn't have to go to Kelly's Comics anymore, right? So I could walk within, because at that time the book trader was, well, in junior high was a 7 to 10 minute walk, maybe, for me, because I lived close enough to the junior high. Now you had a bit of a longer walk to go, but
but like I said, I literally walked right past it every day going to and from school. It was on the street that Yeah.
So then he started getting comics. We started doing the subscriptions, and then so that was more like the comic book shop that you think of today, where he had new comics on the shelves. He started getting back issues. I'm not sure where he got them, but I bought plenty of back issues from him.
Same. Yeah.
And then I, that lasted until even after I moved, I graduated from high school, from college.
Right.
When I went to graduate school to work on my master's, that's when I actually started getting stuff at the comic book shop here where I live now, at Safari Pearl. And then eventually, I ended up going to the comic book shop in Spokane for many years, and then finally just decided to do the whole mail subscription thing through DCBS. So that's kind of the condensed version of my comic book relationship with comic book shops. But so like you said, we'd find these comics in the grocery stores, either on spinner racks or in the magazine racks, either way. And now we have what we have today. So can you, I kind of like you to talk about that. What are your thoughts about how the evolution of comic book collecting fandom through that aspect of it, through that prism?
About how it is now?
Well, a comparison between those things. What's good? What do you think could be improved? That kind of way to look at it.
Personally, I think it's unfortunate that there isn't the the grocery store comic book thing, or at least last time I was in a grocery store, there still weren't just comic books, sitting on the shelf. The direct market has taken the newsstand market away, right?
Yeah.
I guess I've been saying that for a lot of years now, that I think that's a bummer. I think that's a much more realistic way to actually stumble into comics. And it's funny, that all this television shows that are out now, the movies that are out now and whatnot. And I'm sure there's multiple recordings of me saying that doesn't get people into comics. And of course, where did my interest in superheroes come from? And of course, it came from a TV show, right? But it wasn't like I saw that TV show and I'm going to go find a comic. It didn't occur to me that the two were really there until I happened to I saw the electric company, saw Spider-Man, and then happened to be standing in the grocery store and they were sitting on a rack was a picture of Spider-Man. I'm like, what? To get that connection that the two are there. And I'm sure, fans are, more sophisticated than lots of times we give them credit for. I'm sure there are tons of people who see all those shows and see those movies and whatnot and know that there's a comic book out there somewhere. These are comic book characters and whatnot. But to have a physical, actual connection with a comic book, and this is me being old because, of course, I say physical, and there's all the entire digital world out there and whatnot. But I don't know how you stumble across. I don't know. I don't know how you stumble across digital comics, but and that's my bias, I guess, for not really caring for digital comics. But I still think there needs to be that. I think that's an unfortunate thing to have that. Mm-hmm. The connection between the two, the ability to, be able to look at those racks and see that stuff and whatnot. I mean, clearly they still sell Archie Darjests that way, because I still see them sitting around. So, Archie still has some sort of a foothold in selling comics in that way. None of it's new stuff, I don't think. I don't think I've seen anything that seems even remotely. Trying to think if I saw some Kevin Maguire stuff. And something in my head tells me that I saw something sitting on a stand, in the checkout aisle that had to do with him. Mm-hmm. But comic, it's become such a different kind of a thing. It's. I mean, I think it's always been a niche market. It's always been this kind of weird own little branch of entertainment. But with the internet, it's become much more focused, and for good and for bad, much more focused in that if you really are interested in comics, you can pretty much find whatever your taste is out there. Mm-hmm. You have to put a little bit of energy in, but man, with the internet, usually you can find it, so if you have a particular, flavor of genre or whatever that you want to delve into, it's there. And clearly when we were kids, that wasn't even the remote idea of an option, right? I mean, there was the big two, and then for a while there, it seemed like, some of those other smaller companies were starting to crop up, the First Comics and of course I'm drawing a blank now on all the others. Kamiko, right?
You said First, Pacific, yeah.
Right.
There were, yeah.
A lot of those started cropping up, there for a little bit. But like I said, that's the nice thing about now is that there is so many options out there that mm-hmm. if you're saying that you can't find good comics to read, you're not looking hard enough. It's kind of what I think, because there's just so much different stuff out there, and clearly some of the stuff that I think is good, I know other people don't, and vice versa. There's stuff out there that is not my cup of tea that other people think is amazing. So, it's all out there, and like I said, that's a boon for how comic collecting is now. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people talk doom and gloom that it's going to be the end, that the big two are going to fold under, or they're going to implode, and it's some of the new stuff that's happening right now, it's going to drive people away, and it drives some people away, but for everybody, I feel like it drives away, and usually the people it drives away, it's that one bitter old fan, which sometimes I am, who suddenly decides that because the company has changed something or whatever, that they can no longer support or have anything to do with those companies. Those people leave, but whatever that was that happened usually draws in. I find for every one person that leaves, it seems to me like I find 4 or 5 people that it's a new thing. I mean, we'll talk more about the New 52 stuff, but I know when that started, there were lots of DC fans, old DC fans, that basically just, severed ties or acted like they severed ties with DC when it all happened. But that's what the time I started doing videos and whatnot. And so, of course, there's a whole comic book YouTube type community out there, people that just do comic book videos. And I ran into I lots of people who that's where they started reading comics. They either started reading comics in 52 or they'd come off of 15, 20-year hiatuses of reading comics and come back to reading comics and whatnot. And all of them that I can think of off the top of my head are all still reading comics, and they're reading way more comics now, not just DC's New 52, but just the whole breadth of comics that are out there. So I don't know. I think comics are a good place, not a bad place. Some of the stuff that happens, you wonder, is some of the things they do, is it sustainable? Some of the big two companies, and I think you got to have the big two. I mean, there's some people who just, I only want my independent comics. I don't want anything to do with the big two. But the way that, at least with Diamond and the way the comic distributing industry is right now, all these other companies are kind of living off the backs of the big two. The big two is the
what?
I know.
Watch what you're saying now.
I know. Because the big two is still where most of the money is at to keep the machine going. If like tomorrow, if Disney decided to fold Marvel for whatever reason, and Time Warner decided they were done with DC, which we know is not going to happen, at least in some sense, because the movies make billions of dollars, so they're not going to. That fringe industry is going to stay around because of that. But if those two were suddenly removed from the workings, there's not enough money injected into the rest of comics to keep the distribution machine and those shops running and whatnot. I do not believe
the way it is set up right now. Yes,
right.
Yeah, I think you're right about
that.
Well,
it would all. Well, just look at the 90s where the distribution kind of folded and imploded and fell apart anyway. It would be worse than that, because like I said, there would be the money injection there. It would fall down, except for digital comics. I mean, digital comics, I guess, would save that end of it. But as far as those of us with physical comics and brick and mortar stores and whatnot, that would all just disappear, I think. Unless somebody somewhere with a lot of money suddenly came up with a different battle plan as to how they're going to get that stuff distributed. So I don't know. It's interesting, but I don't worry about it. Like I said, I know a lot of people want to talk doom and gloom all the time and whatnot, but I personally think comics are in a good place. They're in a good place for me anyway. There are too many good comics out there for me to actually read right now, or too many comics that I'm enjoying for me to actually read them all.
Yeah.
Not just financially, but physically have the time with the rest of my life to actually get them read.
Oh yeah. Yeah, right? I just did a talk about that on one of my Gutters episodes, where it's like, what the heck am I doing with all this stuff, and what am I going to do with all this stuff? Because we're no spring chickens anymore, Travis. And I'm starting to think about those, down the road, right? End of life things.
I guess for me, I'm like, for that part of it, I don't care. I mean, I know people who are 20 years older than us, and they're starting to unload their collections. Why? I okay, maybe I hate my family, but they can deal with the sea of long boxes after I'm dead. It's up to them to figure out to do, whether that's get a dump truck and just throw them all into recycling, or
God, you're breaking my heart.
I know it'd be horrible, but it's not my. I mean, I have kids, and currently they aren't as into comics as I am, but they like comics, so I don't really see that happening. But yeah, I don't know. I don't. I guess I don't worry about what's going to happen to my collection after I'm gone, but I'm going to hang on to it for as damn long as I guess if I reach that point where I need to move into assisted living, if I get to that point in my life, then maybe I have to worry about it. But until then, I'll build a house out of long boxes, and that's where I'll live.
I could just see your son or daughter saying, "Dad, you really don't need all those long boxes."
I'm pretty good at slapping people, so just saying. Take it back.
Okay, so since we're talking about collecting in general here, what do you think are the greatest changes that have occurred in the last almost 40 years for you collecting comics? What are the top couple ideas that you can think of right now?
Greatest changes?
Yeah, from when you started to now.
In how I personally collect?
Sure. Or even if you could tie it in just your general observations about comic book collecting.
Well, clearly digital's a big thing now. It's not going away. There was a time, I think 5 years ago, maybe, when they were flirting with digital and whatnot, and there were a bunch of different, before Comixology, right, really nailed it down, there were a number of people that were out there trying to float their own version of something along those kinds of lines, and I still was naively thinking that it was never really gonna, it was gonna be this little thing. It's clearly not. I mean, I don't think any place really actually produces the numbers for what people are selling in digital. It's kind of a hidden sort of a thing, but listening to other creators talk and whatnot, the digital sales are actually pretty decent. So I think that is a huge difference I think in the industry. I think it matters. I think digital matters, whereas, like I said, 5 years ago or before 5 years ago, I don't know that digital was very important. So I think that's a big thing in how comics are collected. Not for me, but I know lots of people who they're moving their entire collecting to, I don't know, do you still call it collecting? But
not in my mind. If you can't own the file, if you can't possess the file, then
right,
no.
Right. So but anyway, that's how they read anyway.
Right.
And that's a big thing. The other is this new wellspring of, I don't know, what are we calling them? Independent comics, creator-owned comics, whatever that is, has changed a lot. I think, like I said, as I said before, the breadth of reading is so much more amazing now. It's almost like the golden age comics have come back, because the golden age comics before the Comics Code, if you can get the opportunity to go someplace where you can actually dig through like those really old issues, get a look at some of that stuff and whatnot. Hell, just if you can find someplace online that talks about the titles and you can see the covers of the books that were out then, they look amazing. I mean, I'm sure they read, horrible like comics from that era do, as far as, the cheesy stuff that's in them and some of that. But they were also just writing about whatever the hell they wanted to. I mean, space cowboy girls, wrangling, seahorses on Saturn, and just bizarre stuff, just stuff that's way out there. And I think that stuff is really cool. As a side note, I personally want to start venturing into seeing if I can find some of that really old stuff, just because it looks so, so out there and so amazing and whatnot. And when we're kind of going that route to some degree now, I think there's still a lot of room. I still think there's a lot of different types of stories that be told, and they're probably being told, and I just don't know about them. They haven't.
Well, because there's so many too. Like you said,
right.
you can't read everything.
Right. Web comics, there's that whole sea of stuff out there that I'm sure a lot of that kind of stories are being told, and some of that stuff out there. I wish it'd make it to print. I'm horrible at reading web comics. You know, the funny thing is I don't really consider myself a collector. I consider myself a reader, but I never get rid of anything. You know, so maybe I'm a hoarder. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I mean, I do go back and buy back issues and stuff of the stuff that I want, but back issues have never been a priority. So as the collecting aspect of it for me is not nearly as important as the reading, the experience of getting to read a book, and also for me collecting now, a huge piece of the experience is this conversation I'm having now. It fuels my reading and collecting books probably way more than what it would otherwise. The ability to listen to other people talk about what they're reading and have actual conversations with people about what they're reading. I'm almost positive that probably my pull is twice as big as what it would be if I didn't have the internet, if I didn't have the ability to have many conversations with many people all over the place to know what's out there and to enjoy that aspect of collecting. For me personally, that's a huge thing.
And related to that, and maybe you were going to say this, the relation to the internet, you have the social media aspects of it, where cast your mind back to years gone by, Travis, and just being able to just the idea of being able to talk to, say, George Perez, or Paul Levitz, the names that were printed on the pages of the comics that we were reading.
Yeah.
That was this like we'd have to go to New York back then, really, sure, to talk to these guys, or because there were cons going on, but we couldn't go to them back then. I mean, our parents weren't going to take us to these things.
I don't know if it even occurred to me there were such things.
Oh, right. Yeah, we didn't find out about those until much later.
Yeah.
So the opportunities to be able to connect and converse with the creators, the artists, the writers, the colorists, the inkers, everybody involved with comics, that space has become so much smaller in between us and them. I think is one of the biggest changes in the last almost 40 years for me. It's just amazing how we can have conversations. I mean, obviously not face to face in many cases, but I had a conversation with Patrick Zurcher, who's currently drawing Superman for DC Rebirth. I had a conversation with him just the other day, just real quick, just a real quick back and forth, and that's it. And other creators that I've had conversations with over the years on Twitter, and Facebook a little bit, but it's just that aspect alone. Now there are negatives about that.
Right. I was going to say there's the other
it's
other
not
side.
all good.
There's the other side to that.
Yeah. But that just looking at it from a pure ways that things that have had impact in the comic book world, I think that's one of the big ones too. So everything that you just brought up and that what I just said, I think those are some major things that back, being a 10-year-old kid reading comics way back when, I would have never thought of anything like this.
Yeah. Well, like real comic book news, like, we get tons of stuff now that out there, I don't know, it's getting to the point where some of the places it's questionable how much of it's news and how much of it's just whatever else. Right. But, like I remember, I don't even know what magazine it was, when you came on a family trip with us to Wisconsin, and we were someplace and we picked up a magazine that had to do with it had articles in there about the upcoming Batman movie and stuff like that. And some of it was speculation as to who was going to be, and that would have been what, 84, 85,
yeah,
3?
I think it was 83 or 84.
And I just remember thinking that was amazing that somebody put out a publication that had to do with the kind of just stuff about comics, not just comics themselves. I can't remember where the heck we picked that up at, but it was somewhere on our travel, right? We actually stopped someplace, and on the rack amongst, once again, it was probably a convenience store or something like that, where we filled up a gas, probably, on the rack along with the comic books was this, I don't know what it was. Was it previews? I don't know. It's once see. It seems like it was something called something like
I
that.
don't think it was previews, but yeah, I don't remember what it was either.
But I remember us pouring over that a lot.
Yeah.
and having large discussions about, who could potentially be in, a Batman movie, and I don't know. That was really cool. That was kind of an eye-opening kind of a thing to think that there was somebody out there putting a publication out that was about, and clearly there's tons of that now. I mean, there's, I don't know how many printed things there are that have to do with, comic book and the comic book industry and whatnot, but there's clearly a bajillion things online between actual, people who consider themselves actual publications and, online publications, and then all of us that are, blogging in our various ways that we do that. That is a huge thing, the social aspect of it, the social media aspect, the ability to have that large breadth of stuff is
right.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. Ah, wow. Okay, so let's transition, Travis, to talking. So, like I said, I thought it'd be really cool. So I got two more things I want to talk to you about before I let you go.
Sure.
I thought it'd be really kind of cool to, as a callback to our first episodes together, because, like I said, we first started talking on the show about DC's New 52, and here we are now 5 years later, and they're doing a big thing again that people may have heard about called DC Rebirth. And I know at the time of this recording, the first Rebirth issues have come out. I have not read them yet. I haven't received them yet because I'm always a week behind in my comic book reading. But I have read the DC Universe Rebirth. So I kind of want to pick your brain about your thoughts about DC Rebirth in general, and maybe we could talk about some of the specifics of the first book that has come out regarding Rebirth.
Mm-hmm.
So, DC Rebirth. What are your thoughts, Travis?
Well, I guess I'm okay. Okay with it. I mean, I remember when the New 52 hit, and it was when they first started talking about it, it was like, oh, okay, and then panic starts to set in, and I'm sure there's recordings, if not on your podcast, someplace else, of my apprehension, trying to be hopeful, but at the same time scared to death that what they were going to, are they throwing everything out and starting all over again? What does that really mean? How can they, they're, us old fans that like picking up comic books that are issued, issue number 500 and whatever, and they're all going back to number one and, all that stuff. I don't have any of that anxiousness coming into this, even before we started getting the information, I guess. And I don't know if it's just because I survived New 52. It wasn't as bad as what I thought it was. I mean, there's things, you can go back and listen to some of the podcasts that I've done with you, and I know that we had conversations about some of our criticisms of those early 52, the stuff they weren't allowing people to do, the kind of formula, we need X number of pages, and there has to be action, there has to be this, and it seemed like all the books were following that. Our complaints about no book gets a time to breathe, to
right.
create the small, quiet moments, to have an impactful moment, all that stuff we've criticized about. But where was I going with that? Nothing about this has felt that same sort of way. I don't know, because there was good stuff that came out of the New 52, I guess is what I want to say. As much as there's stuff I can pick on, we also saw comic books I don't think we would have seen without them doing this way. I don't think we've seen the rebirth of Swamp Thing. We wouldn't have gotten to see All-Star Western, for instance. They that comic book went surprisingly long for what it was, being a Western comic book and stuff like that. There was a lot of cool stuff that came out of that. I feel like. So Rebirth, more of an excitement in the anticipation of what new is going to happen. I looked at more of those aspects than the, oh great, here we go again. They're gonna, they're dumb stuff. I don't know if they did a better job of of once it started to roll out, or they started talking about it, they did a better job of telling us what was really going to go on in it. If it was more reassuring, or if it's just the fact, because I'm a longtime DC fan, that they basically said, oh, well, we kind of did some stuff with New 52, and we kind of need to backtrack away from some of that stuff, and maybe not backtrack away from it. Maybe that's the wrong words, but to reintroduce some of what was going on before the New 52. There was some good stuff there that we want to bring some of that back.
Yeah, some elements that were lost,
right,
that were important,
and some of those elements I agree with, that they're important. So I guess so. Not so much anxious about the whole Rebirth thing. And then when they started telling us stuff about it and whatnot, there's some titles that are coming up I'm super excited about. And when those were announced and the people that were doing them and stuff, I was pretty well sold at that at that point. So yeah. Now that DC Rebirth Universe issue in particular has some interesting elements in it that I don't know exactly what their thinking is with that, but I'm curious to see where some of that stuff plays out at, if it does.
Yeah. So okay, yeah, I guess I hadn't really thought of it in the same way that you just described. I don't know. Maybe it's our age, Travis. Maybe it's the fact that we've seen all of these, DC does this rebirth thing. I mean, they did it with Crisis on Infinite Earths, only a few years into our comic book reading. Well, maybe about the same amount of time. It was just under 10 years. Anyway, and we've seen it time and time again where they try to reinvigorate their characters and their line by starting over. It's just I kind of like that aspect about DC. I know a lot of people probably think that it's a crappy way to do that, but I really like that the universe is in peril. Something happens, it changes things. I just like that thing. I've always loved the multiverse aspect of DC Comics. I just love that thing. So I guess and like I said, with our age or maybe my age. I guess I just don't get worked up about these things. I know, like you said, if you go back and listen to those early podcast episodes, maybe I did.
Yeah.
But looking back on it from the perspective of 5 years later, I don't think I was really all that worked up about it. I don't think either one of us were. I think we were just anxious to see what they were going to do.
Right.
Because they would only release a little bit of information. And some images, preview images and whatnot. So we had to draw our own conclusions, and we were doing that, and that's fine, because that's to me, that's some of the fun about comic books, especially superhero comic books, is to you take this little bit of information, you start thinking, okay, well, what are they going to do with that? How are they going to do this? What are they going to mess with my favorite thing about it? How are they going to change it? All this stuff, and I don't think that's a bad thing. When people start making death threats, I mean, that's a bit ridiculous. Just because they're changing something that you love, whatever, don't read it. But so I guess, like I said, I don't think of it as that big of a deal. Kind of like what you said, right? But probably even more so with Rebirth, because they're not starting from not scratch. That's not the right word, because they didn't even do that with New 52.
Well, but yes and no. I mean, they did with some, but some of the books they were too scared to really.
Right. But I mean, it wasn't like they fundamentally changed Superman, for example.
Oh, right. Sure.
So those concepts didn't really change. They changed some backstory or whatever, some origins, things like that. Sure. But here it's not like, it doesn't seem like a reset like New 52.
It's not aggressive.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's much more subtle. Again, we're going off of just a couple months of information. You've read the first few issues of Rebirth that have come out.
Right, but those aren't even really the title itself. I mean,
Right.
that's going to be the really story. I mean, these of the 4 that I've read for this first week, it's a hint at what's coming kind of thing in the ones that I've read, but we're not going to really know until we actually get into the meat potatoes of the actual issues that are coming out.
Right.
And I guess the biggest thing about the whole Rebirth thing is their new shipping plan that they're going with that's going to be the part that I have some concerns.
Oh, the double shipping?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And many people have talked about this. I'm sure you have too on your show, but even though it's $2.99, every book is $2.99, we still have many of them that are double shipping.
Yeah, it's for me, it's not the dollar value. That's less of an issue than editorial and consistency.
Right.
In the book, the writer can probably keep up with that. How does the artwork and if one of the things that you kind of hear in the creator rumor mill that for a lot of the hiccups that the New 52 had, especially early on, was the midnight hour editorial changes in a book. How do you do that when it's coming out every 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I mean, it could come apart at the seams so fast that that's the whole aspect of it that I don't know. And it's not like they've hired people into editorial that suddenly have this experience to know how to handle that. This is the same people. It's the same people doing the work, and now suddenly they have to do it twice as fast. That's the part that worries me.
Right,
that's something I have a legitimate concern with the Rebirth.
One thought on that aspect, though, about like you said, it could unravel very quickly, and who knows what's going to come of that. One aspect of it, and I'm probably being naive here, but one aspect is my hope is that they will be allowed to just tell some good stories instead of being interfered with.
We hope. Because isn't that what we're always asking for?
Yeah, you're right.
We've been asking that for at least since the New 52. All right, let the writers tell what they. I mean, let storytellers. I shouldn't say just writers. The artists are involved. Let them tell what they want to tell and get out of the way.
Because remember,
catch the typos, which they didn't do. But at any rate.
But remember when we would read comics back in the late Bronze Age, right? So you would get these amazing stories sometimes. A lot of them were crap too, right? Sure. Because whatever
nature of
that's part of the nature of they have to put a book out every month, right? So sometimes it's crap, but sometimes they would tell these interesting, even longer than 6-issue stories. That's the whole trade collecting aspect. That's we didn't talk about that, but that's one of the changes that have come through the years from when we started reading comics. Because they write for the trade, right?
Right.
But I'm kind of hoping that maybe they can get away with doing some of that a little bit because there's no choice. They have to put out 2 books a month, and there's not a lot of time for editorial or anybody else to come in and say, "Oh no, you can't do that. You have to do this." But you're right. The cynic in me is going, well, the potential for this not turning out good is probably greater.
It just doubled
just because of the production time, right?
Right.
You got. But they at least DC's trying to address that in one aspect, whether you agree it's good or bad, in that they have multiple artists working on a book to try and keep up with that demand what's the word I'm looking for here? That doesn't matter. They just keep up with what DC has put forth as their goal, right? 2 books a month for many of these titles. So it might work. Who knows? Obviously, we won't know until maybe 3 months into it. We'll have a better sense of these things.
Right.
I know I'm not trying to suggest we should try and we should. Well, obviously, we shouldn't be prejudging anything because we just got the first few issues. Well, like you said, it's not even the real title. It's the rebirth introduction of these titles.
Right.
So we have like I say 2 to 3 months before we get a real sense of what they're doing with it. But I like I said, I'm hopeful that, and it sounds like at least with some of the interviews, some of the revelations on social media, I'm thinking of Greg Rucka in particular on Wonder Woman. Just some of the things that he's said about what they're doing on that book and the for lack of a better word, the freedom he's been given to tell a good story, to tell a good Wonder Woman story, or tell his Wonder Woman story, along with his artists. Or sorry, not his, along with the artists on the book.
Yeah.
I don't mean to suggest that artists are not subservient to the writers. It's a collaboration.
Right.
So yeah, like I said, I have that hope that we're going to get some really interesting, cool stories about these characters that we, you and I in particular, love so much. So that's Rebirth in general, in a nutshell for us, right? I mean, I'm sure we could talk a long time about this stuff, but I don't want to spend how many episodes did I say? 10 or so episodes.
Yes, something like that.
Talking about Rebirth, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
So you mentioned before, and I'm showing Travis on the Skype video, I've got the DC Universe Rebirth issue in my hand here. You said before there were some things about this particular comic, this particular issue that you found questionable. Is that right? Or you're
I just
curious about, or what?
I just think they're interesting choices. They either could be fine, whatever, it just is what it is, or it could be one hell of a mess coming up down the road, kind of a thing. So
okay, so let me ask you just point blank, and if people have not read this issue,
it's time to not listen.
It's been out what, 2 weeks now. This is a spoiler alert. So
first off, how could you not have this book and read it yet? I mean, it was what? It was $2.99 for what, 60 pages?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's something like that.
Okay,
it's like free, really. I mean, if you think about what you're paying for, how much it's there and whatnot. I mean, unless you just absolutely hate any idea of the DC universe, then I can see not getting it. Otherwise, to me, it just seems crazy.
Yeah.
If you're reading kind of the big two, why you wouldn't have picked this up? Clearly, a lot of people picked it up because they were already on the second.
Right?
They were on the second printing on the week it came out, and they're on a third printing now.
Yeah.
I heard rumors that they're square binding the second and third printings. Square binding and going to charge the price it would be if you were actually going to buy that many comics.
Wow. So what? Like a $5.99 price tag?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Huh. Okay. Well,
so I don't know if I would pay.
No.
For a third printing, I would pay more money. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I wouldn't have even minded if this was like a $3.99 book.
Oh, who am I kidding? I would have bought it if it was a $5.99 book.
Really? Well, yeah, of course.
To the DC Universe? Come on.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But
I would complain though. But at $2.99, I mean that's
right. Well, awesome. and for us, since we get through our books through DCBS,
it costs 75 cents or something.
75 cents for this book. I mean, God.
I know.
Although I will admit, I actually bought the day it came out, the midnight release. I bought it digitally on Comixology, so I paid full price for it and the 75 cents that I bought for the physical book because I wanted to read it the day it came out.
Right. I wanted to. I thought about doing that and then changed my mind and decided not to. I just kind of stayed away from social media until I got my copy so I could read it without having the whole thing spoiled for me.
Right, but you would have gotten it 2 days later, and I would have had to wait.
It's true.
Another week. So
I get mine on Friday, and that's.
And even then, because like you mentioned, staying off social media. Even then, I got spoiled a little bit. I got two. There were two things that were spoiled. One, it turned out what I assumed it was talking about was not true, but the other thing was true. So I already knew. So here we're going to get into the spoiler stuff, folks.
Okay.
I already knew that Kid Flash was in it.
Well, I knew. I mean, I heard that there, that was Flash centric, and I'm like, well,
sure.
Duh,
well, yeah, it's
every multiverse, we're changing the universe, has the Flash tied into it in some sense. I mean, that was for me. That was a given. It was like because somebody else was complaining about that being a spoiler. I'm like, you clearly haven't read any other DC earth-shattering event because if the Flash isn't in it, it's not real. It's just pretty much is how I see it. So.
Well, especially since Johns was involved. I mean, ever since. He brought Flash back in Flash Rebirth,
right?
And then you go into the New 52. It was Flash, that was the whole Flashpoint, right?
Right.
So yeah, I like you. I totally figured that Flash would be a major aspect of the Rebirth. But what I did not expect was Wally West coming back until it was spoiled for me.
Oh, okay.
I just figured, Barry Allen there would be something about Barry Allen with this. Wally West is back. That's kind of cool. I guess
it's one less question that every con we go to we don't have to listen asked.
So yeah, remember when New 52 came out? And I know you remember, but when New 52 came out, and all these characters were not there.
They didn't exist, right?
Wally West. Stephanie Brown. Remind me, there was another major one.
Donna Troy.
Right. There's somebody else that. The other Batgirl. Cassie. No. Cassandra. Yeah.
Cassandra Cain.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah. I think those are the major. But Wally West and Stephanie Brown seem to be like the two major ones in my mind.
Right.
That you talk about at the con, and Wally West was usually the top one.
Yep.
So here we go. They over the course of the last couple of years in the New 52, they've reintroduced most everybody that people have been clamoring for. Most recently in the Batman and Robin Eternal, spoiler, and Cassandra Cain played a major role in that story. So you got those characters. Donna Troy's come back in the Wonder Woman title, I believe. I haven't read that, although she's appeared in the Titan.
In name, she's there.
Right. Well, yeah, I was gonna say she's in Titans Hunt 2, and it's not the Donna Troy that I recall, but whatever. It's the New 52 version. No big deal. But yeah, now we got Wally West back, but this is our Wally West from before.
Right.
Not a reinterpretation, not a reinvention, not a reimagining. This is the guy. This is the character everyone has been clamoring for to return.
Yep.
He was somehow outside. Well, he was in the Speed Force, right? I guess that's how his series ended, pre New 52 or pre Flashpoint. I never, I love Wally West as a character, and I got those early post Crisis Flash issues, but I never really kept up with that character over the years, so I didn't know how things were going. But anyway, so he's back. But they're just like with every other universe-shattering reinvention that occurs in DC Universe. There's this outside force, and we see that with in a couple panels. Well, we see it on the cover with this hand coming through the lightning on the cover. But there's also a couple panels in here where Wally is talking about this force. I'm trying to find it. Yeah. Where this shaded hand is reaching out through the lightning from the darkness. And that actually is why things are the way that they are. Whatever this thing is. And I don't want to, let's not reveal that just yet. We'll get to that point, that aspect of it, Travis.
Okay.
But yeah, there's this thing. And so they even talk about, because they talked about with New 52, the characters, the universe is only really 5-ish years old, right, when it started. So so the superheroes were 5 years in their character. They're much younger. They're much less seasoned than they were pre-Flashpoint. And what one aspect I liked about this is how Wally talks about the 10 years that were stolen from them. And so that's those 10 years hold a lot of weight for the DC Universe, because that allows for Batman to have several Robins,
Right.
multiple Green Lanterns, just that, again, that the sense of legacy is returned through Rebirth. And that's obviously that's been one of my major complaints, maybe one of yours, other people as well, but the DC Universe lost that sense of legacy with Flashpoint and the New 52.
Right.
And I wouldn't have even minded. I mean, because they started to introduce more of that, right, in more recent years, and so that'd be fine. That would have been fine with me if they just kept up with that. It just would have taken 10 years to get
right.
But so here we are. The DC Universe is returning to that aspect of it through the revelation that Wally West is back, and there's this force out there, right? So that's the impetus for this Rebirth thing. We get this sense of this stuff did happen. It was taken from us for some reason, and by us, I'm talking like I'm part of the DC Universe here. But Wally remembers everything, even though he appears younger in the story, which I thought was an interesting choice.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He's not as old as he probably should have been, considering that he went into the Speed Force when he did. Whatever. It's comics, right? No big deal.
Right.
But again, I thought it was kind of an odd choice.
Yeah.
But he remembers all this stuff, so I'm really curious how that's going to how that's going to work.
He starts to forget.
That's true.
As soon as he gets grounded, because you spell the comic with him trying to find somebody to ground him back into reality. As soon as he gets ground back into reality, he starts to forget. He says that he's starting to lose all of it. So it's going to be fragments. It's going to be basically what it does is it allows everybody to use the stuff they want to use from the entire DC universe and all of its 70 plus years of
almost
creation.
80.
Yeah, right.
Two more years is the 80th anniversary.
Right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So they're going to be able to dip into whatever they want to. Is really what it does. I think it's a smart setup as far as reopening the door to if they want to touch on something that happened in the beginning of Infinity Inc. For instance, they could choose to do that if they wanted to. It's not like it never existed. It's there. It's something they could always operate with if they chose to, kind of a thing. So for me, I thought that was a smart thing. To me, that just feels like it's opening the door to them to allow them to use whatever they want to. They're not stuck with this rigid kind of thing that's going to suddenly make us. Because that was one of the things that was pretty easy to criticize about the whole Batman comic when the New 52 started. It was like, wait a second. If all of these kids were under Batman at one point or another, how the hell does that work? How does Dick Grayson operate as a character to have all this, the kind of wisdom that he has, having rode out this long time as being the Boy Wonder before he became Nightwing? How did that all work? Well, now it works again.
Yeah.
Whereas before you were having to just kind of the suspension of disbelief, which is funny to talk about with comics, especially with comics. But we all think that it should have some sort of anchor, and it didn't, and now it allows it to have those anchors again, basically.
Yeah.
So to me that's a smart kind of a thing, and I don't think it's gonna be a problem with him knowing too much because he's losing some of that anyway. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Well, it kind of reminds me too of how Crisis was. Because all these characters were involved at the nexus of the Crisis, the rebirth of the DC universe, and some of them retained some memories, but they were kind of hazy. So it kind of it ties back to that, right? And that the longtime fan in me loves that stuff.
Yes,
right?
yes, right.
I think John's does a really good job at making those connections. Either direct or subtle, and I think that's more of the subtle ones. But so what else what else about this particular issue that what are some of the other things that you wanted to talk about that you mentioned that were interesting or problematic or whatever?
Well, of course, the opening sequence and the ending sequences of the book lend itself to a whole different thing that's it's kind of always felt like its own thing. I mean, the whole since we're not worried about spoiling anything, the whole Watchmen aspect of it.
Yes, okay.
So that's all. I mean, I'm fine with it personally. It doesn't matter to me. The Watchmen isn't a sacred cow that you can't touch, and I know some people. I know,
Travis.
I know. I don't. I mean, I've been having prolonged conversation / argument for the last, since this book came out, with a few people over this whole thing. And it just feels to me like a lot of the upsetness about this is the whole, like I said, the whole sacred cow thing that somehow doing this and somehow potentially tying to say that the Watchmen universe is somehow tied into the DC universe in some fashion or another somehow diminishes the Watchmen book.
What? Really? That's the argument?
And I totally disagree with that. I don't see how this waters down what that was. I mean, I don't even think really all those before the Watchmen stuff that came out, that argument whether or not that's quality work or not that was put out, all those little miniseries or stuff. I don't even think that takes away from the original source itself. I mean, so you could take it for whatever it's worth. And so from that aspect, I'm not concerned. I don't have a concern with the whole now suddenly the Watchmen is part of the DC universe in some fashion, or at least that's certainly the implications from this. That it's Dr. Manhattan or whatever that's shifted stuff for whatever reason.
Yeah, that seems to be the implication anyway.
My concern is I hope to shout we're not going to see an event book in 5, 6, 7 a year from now that's really tied into that stuff. That suddenly we're going to have Superman and Batman versus Dr. Manhattan. I hope we never see that. I'm really hoping that yeah, right. I'm really hoping that this is just kind of I don't know. Gee, this will be an interesting conversation. Let's throw this in and make this the manipulator behind it. Or is it Ozymandias that's the real manipulator and has manipulated Dr. Manhattan again to have done something, or whatever the case is? I mean, so is Ozymandias the next Pandora? He's the guy kind of running through the... Did we need that? Did we need that touchback to flashback kind of? I don't know. That whole part of it seemed... I had problems with that.
Are you talking about the scene with Pandora, where
not just the scene with Pandora? There's a scene with Pandora, and then there's the scene with the Mr. Oz,
right? With
the hooded guy, which a lot of us that are reading it are guessing or assuming that that's Ozymandias.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, and I don't know if you know this, Travis, but that character also appeared in the Superman title when Johns was writing it with who's the artist? JRJR.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't either. That was something, because I wasn't reading. I dropped the book after the first storyline.
So I shouldn't look as that character is potentially being that then?
No, I think you should.
Really?
But that here, from what I know, because like I said, I haven't read that story where this character appears. This character appeared in the storyline in Superman. Johns introduced this character, and it just kind of that character and that plot line just kind of vanished. And so now he's bringing it back here in this story, in the Rebirth story.
So is he using it in a different way than what he originally intended, or are you telling me that he originally intended to drop some Watchmen-esque characters into
who knows
Superman title?
But see now
holy crap!
Yeah, see, that aspect also interests me in that. So if you look at Superman, Lois and Clark, that series that features the pre-Flashpoint Superman and Lois, and so that came out of Convergence, and then you also have Titans Hunt. So I believe we're at like issue 8 at this time,
Right.
for those. I know it's issue 8 for Titan's Hunt. I don't recall what issue Superman, Lois, and Clark is at, but they're fairly close, right?
Mhm.
So this has been now ostensibly 8 months ago that these started, which means sometime before that, a month or more probably, that they came up with these ideas. Now, whether those aspects of that now tie into DC Rebirth that have been revealed in those two titles, whether those were intentional to build up to Rebirth or they just dovetailed it into it, I don't know.
No way.
You don't think so? They
No,
didn't
I
plan
don't.
this
No.
that far back?
No. I don't believe it for a second.
I don't know. It's
No.
but even if they didn't, it's an interesting thought for me because
Sure. It's intriguing.
Yeah, it's very intriguing. But yeah, so the same thing with his Oz character. But yeah, that's how I took it when reading this. Once I got to the end, and obviously the first few pages are
right.
reminiscent of
If you're anybody who's read The Watchmen, the visual cues there are so heavy-handed as far as this is what this is. There's no other question as to what it is.
And I don't know, Travis, so when I first read those first few pages and I'm seeing this watch, I'm going, oh, I guess it's just that first page. I'm like, seriously? Are they going there? And and I just kind of put that thought aside and just kept reading through the issue. Right. But then, of course, obviously, when you get to the end of the book, those last few pages are so riffing on Watchmen with the 9-panel grid on that one page. It's on Mars.
They're on Mars. The clock they put AX together.
Yeah. So and then of course you get that final splash page of the clock and with the blood on it and all that's so
Right.
Clock is ticking across the DC universe. I'm like, wow, they really did go there. But again, considering that they did before Watchmen several years ago, I'm thinking also what took them so long?
Right.
Because I kind of expected that back then.
Yeah. Well, I didn't expect them to tie the Watchmen universe into the rest of the DC universe. I thought that'd be something that wouldn't. I thought maybe, with the whole multiverse thing, that maybe that was one of those mystery planets because there's like seven. Because there's like seven Earths that they don't have. They didn't name what was on them.
At the very least.
I thought maybe it was on one of those, but it'd be one of those kind of impenetrable, never going to come out of kind of a kind of a things.
I would have been okay with that though if they would have done that and had some sort of crossover thing. Like I said, I love the multiverse stuff, and they really haven't done a whole lot with that, even since they introduced it.
Because there's lots of people that hate it.
I don't get that.
Oh, it's too confusing. Earth A and Earth B. Oh, there can't be two Robins. Well, there's like 12 Robins running around now, so what difference does it make, right?
And how
why does that one have gray sideburns and the other one doesn't? Don't get me wrong. I loved all that stuff too. Hell, I collected more stuff that was going on Earth 2, Earth B. Than I did that was on Earth 1. So I mean,
now, I know this is a sidebar, but the fact that we had Earth 2 and Earth 3 and Earth whatevers, that only strengthened my love of the DC universe when I was a kid.
Same here.
So I don't understand that. I don't get the whole I can't get into it because of X, Y, and Z thing. They're just comics. You read them until you understand what's going on, and then it just. And I don't mean to insult anybody if that's not how you read things. I get people have different reading styles and reading preferences and all that. But for me, it's very much I'm curious about this, so I'm going to go read this thing to find out more about it. And then that leads to the other thing. And it just builds and builds and builds to the point where now I'm spending way too much money on comics.
Exactly.
And I'm running out of room in my office for all the comics in the boxes.
Yep.
The trades in the bookshelves. I mean, it's the fact that I do this podcast. I spend so much of my time in, around, among, between,
exactly,
revolving comics. It's a huge part of my life now, and I it started with just picking up those few comics and expanding beyond that, getting into a story. Well, okay, I'm gonna jump back again. Sorry. But one of the first comics I read was the death of a reprint of the death of Gwen Stacy. I mean, come on, how do you jump into comics like that, right? I mean,
Right,
it's just
right.
like, but for me, it was, who is this character? What the hell just happened? What? And
Exactly.
that began my journey to find out more, and it just led to everything else. So to me, it's like I said, it's a journey. It's a journey of discovery,
Hmm.
and I don't understand how other people don't see comics like that, and why everything has to fit in some sort of
You got to start
a
the
linear
beginning.
path. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
You
Start
got
at
to
the
start
beginning,
the
and
beginning, and it's got to be, yeah, yeah.
but then again, like I said, some people that's well, like you didn't like to read,
Right.
right? And comics brought you into reading more, right? So
Oh, sure.
everybody has their own experiences, and like I said, I don't mean to discount any individual experience, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
as people might guess, I'm kind of excited about this. For however it turns out, I'm still excited about it, and that's
uh-huh.
how it always is with a DC relaunch or reimagination.
Sure.
So
So,
what else?
so one of the things, just kind of on a more of a meta level, this issue kind of to me felt like it was kind of a finger to Dan Didio in a way. And clearly he's on board. He's the one that supposedly said, "Hey, we need to redo all this stuff again." He was one of the persons that was bringing that. As the stories are told, he popped into Jeff Johns' office and said, "Hey, man, we need to do another one, and we need to call it Rebirth." And Johns was like, "I want nothing to do with I mean, ooh, that's his sacred word. Unless if we're gonna do that, it has to be this certain way or whatever." But I mean, because there's a point in there in the book, and there's no reason they would have had to show it, none whatsoever, other than to say, "Hey, guess what? Marriage is okay in the DC universe again, right?" Aquaman and Mira.
Aquaman, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because that's actually been one of the things that's maybe the most angry probably about the New 52 was this animate. And I mean, and Dan went to multiple conventions and kept saying, and would go online places, was on his own Facebook place, on every news place, just basically saying the people in the superheroes can't get married, they can't have happy marriages, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen in the DC universe. And some people took it as being an attack directly on, of course, at the time, Batwoman was attempting to get married to Maggie Sawyer, and of course that was not just a marriage; it was a marriage between two women, and people took that as being an attack on gay marriage, except it wasn't. It was on all marriage. I mean, it was like across the board. No one was married or was gonna get married. It just was not gonna happen. Which to me is ridiculous. And I mean, there were plenty of creators that were supporting that. They were saying, "Oh, it's too hard," and once they're married, they're dead. And I personally take offense to that. I've been married for 24 years as of a couple days ago, and I'm like, I don't really feel like my life hasn't gotten simpler, to be quite honest. It's gotten a lot more complicated. There's lots of times I think there's a lot more adventure in my life because
Yes.
of marriage and all the stuff you have to deal with. To me, those are interesting stories. And I think they'd be interesting stories even if I wasn't married. Just, okay, so now not only am I flying out and saving the day, at the end of the day, I have this person I have to deal with. Either I forgot something of theirs because I was too busy beating stuff up, which is a story that's been told a million times, but there's still interesting aspects to that. There's all the different things that can go on there. But there were lots of writers and stuff that said, "Oh, it's just impossible to write Superman interesting if he's married to Lois Lane." What? I think it's crazy. Yeah. So I'm super excited for that. And to me, there's Superman, who is married, has a kid, and now coming into Rebirth. That like I said, Aquaman is proposing marriage to Mira. So I'm like, awesome. Now, do I want everybody married? Hell no, I don't want everybody married either. I want people getting divorced. I want all the complications that go along with all that stuff. But that's all a huge chunk of life that I think is interesting in superhero books. I mean, don't get me wrong. Love seeing big, powerful superheroes punch big bad guys in the face and knock them through skyscrapers. That's all fun. But I like all that life aspect too. And so I hope we get to see that.
Right. Again, I think that goes back to, and I remember us specifically talking about that in one of those earlier episodes about the marriage aspect. And I think you said basically the same thing you just said now. It's still true, right? Yeah. So you must be pleased then I'm guessing that they're hinting at, because one of the aspects of this book that they showed was this connection between Green Arrow and Black Canary.
Mm-hmm. I've read the first issue, the Rebirth issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you happy about that, or does it seem just, I don't know, forced, or?
Well, here's the thing is and I was really pleased with that. I won't talk too much about it because I haven't read it yet. But that Rebirth issue I was really pleased with, because it kind of puts out there that there's something between the two of them, because she shows up in the Rebirth issue. I mean, to me, it doesn't feel heavy-handed. You can take that as, if you've read this, you can take it as, oh, well, because Wally West makes it back, and people are getting some portion of that time that was missed back. So that's what it is. Or it's two people that instantly have some sort of a connection to each other, some sort of chemistry. You can take it however you want to, as far as the what's there in that issue. And I'm excited about it because I am pro. I'm one of those people that's pro Black Canary and Green Arrow, but I'm pro them because their life and their relationship has never been simple. It's always been wrought with lots of really uncomfortable and ugly things. Ollie sometimes has a really hard time being faithful for a lot of years, and so there were lots of stories that had to do with his infidelities. He's a bit of an arrogant asshole sometimes, and so all those things are part of their struggle to have a relationship. I mean, hell, even when they got married, when Judd Wittick was writing and they got married, they technically didn't get married for the longest time, because it wasn't actually Green Arrow, it was somebody else. I mean, we get this whole story, that it was a doppelganger at the time and whatnot. So I like them as a relationship. I think they're an interesting couple, because clearly, at least the old version of them, the two of them love each other dearly, but don't always know how to operate with each other. And to me, that seems real. There are relationships that are, definitely like that. So, do I want them to be suddenly, instantly, happily married couple and off fighting crime and everything's a joy? No, that I'm not looking for that, because that's never been what it's been. It's always been this kind of this rough road, and I like that. That's one of the things I like about Green Arrow in the past has probably been my favorite superhero, and part of the reasons I like him is because he has all these horrible flaws. I mean, at the end of the day, he's still a hero, but he has all these horrible flaws. He makes really bad life choices when it comes to relationships, and I guess I enjoy, as horrible as that is, I enjoy reading that. I enjoy reading those things. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that, as long as they write it well and don't make it some cheesy, easy kind of a thing or whatever.
Yeah, it should play out, right?
Right.
Just like the relationship played out, for years and years through the comics that you read, right?
Right.
Okay, so that kind of ties into something I wanted to bring up here, because this Rebirth issue, this DC Universe Rebirth issue, is kind of like greatest hits of reintroducing certain aspects of the DC Universe that were missing, and that a lot of us fans were calling for, right? So you get Wally West back. There's for the fans of the JSA.
And to note, we get Wally West back, but we don't lose Wally West.
Right. Yeah.
Which I think is important, because there's this whole new fandom out there that is clamoring for minorities, whether that be people of color, whether that be gay, whether that be more women, whether that be all that stuff. And of course, in the new 52, there has been a new Wally West, a new speedster.
Who is the cousin of Wally West, so they have the same name. They're cousins,
right?
Which is,
They explain that.
Yeah.
They're both named after
right.
a relative that clearly was an important person in the family, and so they're both fine. But I liked that they didn't whitewash. They didn't make one disappear. I just hope that they continue with that we don't get this one, appease that chunk of the fandom, and then we never see the guy again.
Right.
Which would be unfortunate. But.
Yeah. exactly. So, like I was saying, you get the hint of the return of the Justice Society through God, what's his name? Who's the guy with the genie? I'm blanking on his name. Why?
Johnny Thunder.
Johnny Thunder. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that they chose. Well, I mean, it's for obvious reasons. Johnny Thunder. It's the lightning bolt
Right.
thing. But
That's why.
um,
I mean, I guess they could have used
Jade.
Yeah,
that would have been too obvious, right?
That would have been too obvious. They could have used Joni Quick, right? What's her name?
Jessie Quick.
Jessie Quick. They could have used her too, because isn't the algebraic equation that they say is actually tapping into the Speed Force too?
Yeah,
They decided that at some point.
Yeah.
So I mean, to me, that was a pretty obscure character.
Yes.
To pull out, even for the JSA, that's a relatively obscure character to pull out.
Yeah.
I've done some other, podcast and hangout type stuff like this, and anybody who's newer to all ask me, who's this?
Really?
What's their significance? Oh yeah. Yeah. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Johnny Thunder's never been one of my favorite characters anyway. So it's just kind of like, what, really, that one? Why that one?
Well, that character hasn't been around a long time.
I know.
He's been replaced by younger people.
Yes. Yeah. Most recently, in the JSA title, what was his name? Jakeem Thunder, I think. He was a younger boy who clicked a pen to call the genie.
Right.
Anyway.
I think there's even a African American female version.
Really?
It's the latest version. Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Pretty sure.
Then you get the Justice Society, and then the return of the Legion of Superheroes, because Saturn Girl shows up in a very brief scene. You don't actually see her face, but she's there. There's a Legion flight ring in there.
Right.
You get Ryan. Is it Ryan? Yeah, Ryan Choi returning. So that's the one I was trying to think of earlier, Travis. Everyone was clamoring. Well, never. A lot of people were clamoring for Ryan Choi to return.
Right.
As the Atom. So you got him associated with Ray Palmer. So you got potentially two Atoms going on here. Then speaking of two, you've got Blue Beetles.
Yes.
You've got Jaime Reyes still with the Scarab, the now possibly magical, not alien tech Scarab.
Yeah, but I mean, somebody else was bringing that up to me too and was saying that was wrong or whatever. I mean, okay, so it's not what Reyes has been this entire time, but the Scarab has been that for a very long time. I mean, clear to the Charlatan heroes, it was a magical thing. So really, the whole tech thing was a newer.
That was a departure from what came before. Yes.
Right.
So returning to the roots of the Scarab itself. So. But you, like I said, you have Jaime, but you also have Ted Kord, and everybody loves Ted Kord, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, I really like this change in characterization for Ted Kord. He's this really eager scientist guy, not the way he was portrayed towards the end of his run previously, which I never liked. When they teamed him up with Booster Gold, I mean, I like their relationship, the buddy thing. But I really didn't like. Well, I didn't like the. I don't know. I felt like they really denigrated his character by what they did in later years. But here he is. He's a scientist. He's excited about this. He's helping Jaime try to understand the Scarab and how to use it and all this stuff. He's just, I don't know. I really like this characterization. And then they bring in, here's another Justice Society tie-in. You got this Dr. Fate showing up.
Right.
And with the revelation that the Scarab is mystical. But, and I'm looking at this Dr. Fate, I'm going, which Dr. Fate is this? Because it doesn't seem like it's the Dr. Fate that's in the Dr. Fate comic that's out currently.
Unless he's matured a lot. Right?
Yeah, right. We don't know, but it just, and then you also had the Dr. Fate that was in the Earth 2 comic a few years back. So now there's there's at least two, maybe three Dr. Fates. I'm like, what's going on with Dr. Fate? I don't care because I love Dr. Fate. So
same here, right? Yeah.
You got the return of he was the new Aqualad, in Brightest Day in that storyline,
right?
With Jackson. So you got that aspect, although you have Garth too. But so anyway, so all these characters are returning. Diana has a twin brother.
Yeah, I don't know what that's up.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Yeah, his name is Jason. Let's see. We already talked about Green Arrow and Black Canary. That connection. You talked about Aquaman and Mira, the marriage there. So all these aspects basically coming back. Yeah, I think that's about it. So as far as those things that had come before were missing, and then now they're coming back. So I want to ask you this question, Travis. Isn't DC just pandering to us?
Yes.
But we're okay with it.
Of course. I mean, isn't part of the idea is this to sell a product that the fans want to read? So now I was asked someplace else if I thought that the Rebirth was new reader friendly. Wasn't this supposed to bring in new readers? Does this bring in new readers, or is this really pandering to us old geezers that have got way too much knowledge about the DC universe? What do you think?
I think it's the latter. But if you're like 10-year-old me back in the day, you read this thing and you go, "What the hell is going on here?"
Right.
I want to know more. So yeah, I can see how. I mean, new reader friendly. I don't know, but it's new reader enticing.
If you're a curious reader, this is fun because it gives you lots of things to ask questions about.
Sure. From that perspective alone, I mean, how many books does this ties into the entire line? So potentially someone could, buy all the books, and so DC's. I don't know. Like I said, I think it's more geared towards us, but
you didn't touch on the three Jokers.
Yeah, I was going to, but I was going to ask you about that before we ended. So let's go ahead. What about the three Jokers? I love this idea.
You know what? I actually do too. I mean, I like it. I like the idea of there being three Jokers. The idea that it's just occurred to Batman that there are three different people, that bothers me because this is the world's greatest detective, right? So the Batman aspects of this comic, I did not care for. Okay. I don't. He does not come across as the greatest detective. He just comes across as somebody who's cluelessly landing in his freaking lap, kind of a thing. Well, and the digging the button out at the end, that all bothered me.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about that too.
That all the Batman stuff bugged me. I like the idea of there being three individuals that are obsessed with being this entity. I don't want to read that story anytime soon. I really don't. I'm kind of really fatigued on the whole Joker stories.
Oh my God.
Right now. So I hope we don't see that for a very long time. But years down the road, it'd be really curious to see somebody tell that story. That would be that. There could be some. I can think of a number of potentially fascinating stories around the idea there being three individuals that are doing that. So that's cool. I'm okay. That part of it I think is cool. The Batman aspects of this issue is like, oh man.
Well, okay, so
you're the stooge because you just can't.
A couple questions for you then. Or at least one question. One observation.
Jeff Johns doesn't like Batman, and that's
why he. maybe he just doesn't know how to write him.
That could be.
So, oh God, now what was my? Oh, my comment. So again, you talk about how Batman isn't, he's the world's greatest detective, but doesn't seem like it regarding this. Well, what was the whole Court of Owls thing? How did this whole organization exist under his nose in Gotham City for so many years? So in other words, I agree with you that Batman New 52 seems to fit this mold still with DC Rebirth.
Yeah,
in regards to the Joker.
He's a man of action. He's not a man of thought.
Yeah. And then, okay, so my question for you is, when they do eventually get to that three Joker story, do you want Snyder to write it?
No.
That's it.
I don't think it was his idea. I don't think it was his idea. No, I don't.
Well, no, because that whole I was going to say that the three Joker idea came from John's in Justice League, but that's not true. It was that Batman knew Joker's real name. That came out of him being in the Mobius chair,
right?
In that storyline. So this whole three Jokers thing, when I got to that page in this issue, I'm like, wow, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And I love how, just as a side note, I love how in the pictures they show in that panel, it's very clearly each character is drawn in the style of how the Joker is looked in that era. Exactly. So yeah, I love that. I love that aspect of it.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, I don't.
Snydered out as far as Joker stories?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I don't want to read another Snyder Joker story, for sure.
Okay. So, like I said, yeah, I think we're being pandered to, and I think that there is, yeah, I'm okay with it, again, but I also, I do wonder about the sustainability of it and getting new people into it. I know I've kind of undercut my own point with that, but
well,
it is a concern that, so are they just trying to retain us old fogies in doing what they're doing with Rebirth, as opposed to try to tell, and this is where I think their distinguished competition, I know I'm using that backwards, but their competition at Marvel, where I think Marvel is just trying to tell interesting stories with these characters, and they're not. I don't think Marvel's so worried about pleasing a certain segment of their fan base. I mean, I'm sure they are. Obviously, they have to. They're a corporation. Sure. They got to sell. Blah blah blah. Yeah, of course. But at the very least, they don't seem as obvious about it. Maybe. Do you agree with that or no?
I see what you're saying. Some books, I think there are some books that are from Marvel that are horrible in that way, that they're pandering and trying to do not just trying to tell a story. They're trying to massage the fans that they have and not try to just tell a story, I think. But then they also have books that are remarkably going down their own paths, and doing their own things with clearly a vision of a new fan or a I don't care about my fan. This is the story we want to tell, and hopefully that brings in fans. Mm-hmm. And I can see doing both. I can see doing both. I mean, clearly as a business, we're both in business. You have to have a customer, and you have to have a customer that wants to keep buying your product. So I get the idea of the pandering to some degree, but you can't pander to everybody, right? It's not the fandom is too big and diverse to really pander to everybody. I think. So you're gonna leave somebody out, or you're gonna make somebody mad. I think, regardless of what you're doing.
Sure.
And quite honestly, if you continue to pander to the same segment, it's gonna get stale, I would think. So they have to change stuff occasionally. But so I understand. Like I said, I understand both aspects of it. That tell us something new, and the trying to retain or trying to bring back in. Part of this book to me feels like it's trying to reel back in the people who've walked away from DC, maybe don't hate DC, but have walked away from DC because it doesn't have that legacy to it that it used to have and whatnot. And then this is a clearly a shot to bring that back in. This book, I don't think that this book is, I mean, a lot of people are talking about it, but I don't think it's necessary. I think there are going to be people who don't pick this book up that start with all those number ones, though, because they're starting everything over, with the exception of Action Comics and Detective Comics. They're starting everything over with the number one again. And the difference between how me and you read, Eric, and how new readers read is people have gotten themselves convinced, and Marvel is the one that's helped do it, in my opinion, the constantly renumbering and starting over again, has got people convinced that if they don't get on at number one, they can't start the book someplace else in between.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of amazing books out there that used to, anyway, not so much anymore, that used to be on all kinds of crazy numbers, that you're missing out on great stuff because you're not going to read it because you're going to wait for it to be number ones. Now I get the idea of, okay, it's already been this long, I'm going to read it in trades. Well, if you read it, cool. Read it in trades, whatever, that's fine. The people who just refuse to get on it because it's on some, incredibly high number somewhere or whatnot. I'm always telling people just jump into the adventure of it, and people are like, oh man, it's super expensive. I can't just climb in wherever. I don't know. Those comics seemed super expensive when I was a little kid too. I mean, I know we laugh, we laugh about 35 cents being huge, and I can remember when comics made that leap to 75 cents. It seemed astronomical, but I don't know. It's you're missing a large part of the adventure, I think. But I think all these number ones are going to get people jumping in. This issue in particular may be somewhat confusing for a new reader. But if it doesn't, I don't think it's off-putting. It may be confusing, but I don't think it's off-putting.
Right.
That would keep you from getting the other Rebirth issues, or would keep you from getting the titles when they start properly. So they'll get new people based on that. And lapsed readers. I mean, that's part of what they're looking for is lapsed readers.
Yeah.
I think to some degree the big two honestly aren't, I mean, if they get new readers, I think they're happy. But I don't know how honestly they're actually shopping for new readers, as is it's a game between the big two to steal readers from each other. Because I know lots of people, they're like, oh, I'm just reading Marvel, I'm barely reading anything by DC, and then DC will do this new big thing. Now their Marvel titles are dropping way down. Their pull of Marvel is almost to nothing, and it's going to go really big for DC, and they wax and wane as these two companies kind of pull their stunts of whatever it is that they're doing. So I don't know. It'll be, it's interesting. I'll be curious to see how the whole thing pans out and what.
Well, obviously, the challenge then becomes, so they've committed to this, whatever this thing is. The challenge, of course, is to, again, just tell interesting stories.
So
go ahead.
I have a question about that. So how do you think it's going to work? Because we all know that, to some degree, Jeff Johns is the spearhead behind this. If you watch the live cast when they announced those first books there in WonderCon, and we watched that video. Did you watch the video? At least I did.
Oh yeah, okay. I was so excited when I was watching that too.
So you get this whole thing. It seemed like Jeff Johns, to some degree, he almost sounds like he interviewed people, that he wanted writers that were interested in telling a story about the characters. All stuff I agree with, that's all important and everything. And now Jeff Johns' title and duties have changed. He basically is not having anything to do with comic books whatsoever. He is now taking over, spearheading where the real money is at in movies. He's spearheading all that stuff. So he is not, I don't think, he's going to be he's too busy of a man anyway, I think. He's not writing anything anymore, whatever. But so that leaves the steering the ship to Dan Didio and Jim Lee. And I think there's a pretty decent debate going on as to how good a job they do of steering. That the soul, I would say, of the current era of the DC Universe just left the building.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know how the hierarchy really works. At the end of the day, how much stuff does DiDio and Lee actually sign off on as far as the day-to-day process of how these books? I mean, is he looking at Batman before the editors below him, before Doyle? I mean, or is he just sitting around having a conversation with his head editors, and then those head editors are responsible to do whatever? So how, I don't know. That'll be curious to see. I mean, we got this whole thing set up. It seemed like that Johns was kind of the lifeblood of this whole legacy, and this is how we're going to tell the stories. And now he's gone.
Well, so the question is, so think of him as the architect here of this, right? So just like with any building,
he's left before it got built, though.
Okay, but if you have the sufficient plan, and so the structure has to be solid. In other words, right? So I'm gonna painfully stretch this metaphor. The structure has to be solid enough for the building, obviously, to support itself, and to have longevity. That is the question, right? Even though the architect is left, there's still that possibility.
Did he put down enough of a plan for them to follow?
Right. And so that's one of the things that I don't remember if they talked about this in that video, that release video thing, the introduction of it, or if it's something that I read later. But I have the impression, I'm left with the impression that John's not only, met with people, but they would continue to meet and talk about the direction and the focus of these stories, so that he did have a hand even after the introduction, the introduction of Rebirth.
But his job has changed.
Yes.
So he's not there for those conversations anymore.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe he is. Maybe that is his role going forward, is that he will continue to have a hand in it, but not maybe as direct, maybe not as substantial.
Right.
As he did.
I'm just saying that's one of my concerns.
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
With him leaving the helm before the ship has actually even set sail, makes me nervous. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know. If we go with the whole concept that it's going to let them tell the stories they want to tell, clearly without damaging the franchise. I mean, they can't do that. We all know that. At the end of the day, they can't wreck these, at least the heroes that are the multi-million-dollar movie, machines. They can't really, they can only do so much with those, but hopefully they let them tell the stories they want to tell. And if they really do, they really are going to do that, then it's all going to be okay. So.
Yeah. Well, it's a two-sided coin, right? Whenever this stuff goes on, it's one, well, and actually it ties right into this book, right? Because at the end, there's this scene where Batman finds the Watchman button, right? And so he's walking around the Batcave. I'm not quite sure why he's doing that. But he shows him looking at the Joker card he's acquired during one of his battles with the Joker. And then he goes and looks at the letter that he got from Barry during Flashpoint. And then he notices this flash, right? And then he goes and digs out the button in his Batcave.
Right.
Like what? Why? Okay. Let me come back to that. But so here are all these panels of Batman wandering around the Batcave. But then what we're reading in the narration boxes is Wally and Barry talking to each other, and specifically it's Wally saying, "There's going to be a war between hope and despair, love and apathy, faith and disbelief." Isn't that kind of what we're going through with DC Rebirth? Like I said, the two-sided coin. It's about, we have this hope, but man, we're really worried about the future.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I don't know. Part of me doesn't want them to touch any of this again. What's your expectation of the Rebirth issues? You haven't read them yet. What do you think is going to be in those stories, those Rebirth issues?
That's a good question. I hadn't really thought. Well, I'm guessing.
I did, because I read this. Because I haven't looked at the solicitations.
Okay.
I'm blindly getting them. If I have a sense I'm getting something, I don't look at the solicitations. The less I know, the more I can just go into it,
right,
open-minded, and read it and enjoy whatever the surprise is going to be.
Yeah.
So I read this, and I'm thinking, what the hell are all these Rebirth issues going to be like? Are we going to have, flashes of Watchmen stuff in the backgrounds or whatever? Are we going to,
No, my thought was, in general, and just like you, I didn't read a whole lot of solicitations. Well, that's not true. I did, because I did do a couple advanced solicitations previews episodes. But I also didn't. I don't know. I guess I didn't. This is going to sound stupid. I didn't really absorb the information. I just kind of read it.
Didn't ponder it. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Because like you, I like to go in somewhat surprised, if not totally. I just want to experience it as I'm reading it, not have any preconceived notions about it before I read it. Mm-hmm. So I guess my thought on all those Rebirth issues was just as it's a reset for the title, so it's an introduction to the new status quo, whatever that happens to be.
See, that's what I thought it was when I ordered it, And then, like I said, then I read this, and I'm like, I wonder, because there's all this kind of stuff that's just kind of hanging there, right? At the end of this, the manipulation part and all the it's out there, and there's going to be this war, and I'm thinking, what are these gonna be? I'm waiting this week to see what these things are going to be. How much are they going to tie into that? And
see, I didn't think they would tie in much, if at all.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know if they were going to show all these characters going through this experience of having this kind of brain fart of, oh, I remember a few things from the 5 years that were missing, kind of a thing. I just wasn't sure, and that hasn't come to fruition. Not to spoil anything for you. It hasn't.
Yeah,
that
no,
really did. I mean, it's introductions to the books, kind of. It kind of, in some cases, it's filling the gap between the two, or it's setting up what the book's going to be, or that sort of.
That's exactly what I was expecting.
Right. But I don't know. I wasn't sure. I was almost nervous about what these Rebirth books were going to be after I read this, just because of the stuff, the elements, some of those greater elements that were in it, and I wondered if that was going to cross. Because I mean, why is it a Rebirth issue? Why is and because then the other question is the production of all this stuff. I get why this one's called Rebirth. It's just to re-kickstart the universe and whatnot. Why do we have some of these books having Rebirth issue number ones? I get why some of them are, because they're characters that have been around, so they have the moment to have that, some level of, I've gotten a piece of my history back that was gone. And clearly some of the books don't have that because they don't have the history to have lost, with the introduction of some of these newer characters and whatnot. But why do that? Why not just have them be number ones? Why have Rebirth number one and then issue number one?
Yeah, I thought that was strange too.
So you could collect the Rebirth as so this is an event. Rebirth's an event. All these books are an event, but they don't tie into each other. I mean, I would get that if we were going to say, and this was the main title, and all this was this tie-in stuff, I would expect them to somehow harken back to the main book, and they don't. At least the 4 that I read this first week, none of them harken back to this event at all. So I don't know. This is always interesting. Interesting. The whole. I'm sure there's some sales aspect to it, but from a collecting, reading the whole thing universe kind of a thing, I don't know why.
Yeah. Considering with Flashpoint, that's exactly what they did. They had Flashpoint.
Sure.
New number ones across the line.
Right.
Why? Yeah. Why?
Yeah.
I was trying to find, as you were talking, I was flipping through the issue because to go back to the whole button thing. So as I was talking to you about the button, I realized why is the button in the Batcave?
Yeah. That bugs me.
And so the reason I was flipping through the issue was I think there's something in here about how, like, one of the flashes of lightning that occurs with Wally, then isn't there something in here about, and I can't find it, about how, I don't know, something is bleeding out from within the Speed Force or wherever he is, and that's causing some sort of leakage, if you will, of this other.
I think, I don't have the book in front of me. I think there's something that's kind of that thing that
should have read it again before we got together to talk.
Yeah.
I think so.
So what, you think the button is just sort of a bleed over from?
Well, that's kind of how I took it.
So instead of falling off a skyscraper, it landed in. It landed in the
but look at that. So if that's the case, if some event occurred in the past that was then wiped out from everybody's memory, why is it buried in the Batcave as opposed to any other place? I know I'm picking nits here, but
yeah, why isn't it in its own dimension? Right, I don't know.
It just and just the way that whole scene played out.
Because here's the thing: as much as I don't care if they're using the Watchmen stuff in a way or whatever, what happened in the Watchmen cannot have happened in the same Earth. Well, I guess essentially it cannot, because it's comic books and you can write your way around anything, right? It makes no sense for it to be. It makes sense for it to be part of the multiverse. These are other aspects of these kinds of, because they are. We all know they're anybody who's read up on the Watchmen, we all know that they're kind of at one point they were the charlatan characters that DC had just bought, and then they tweaked them farther because they decided they really didn't want to, wreck the characters that they had just bought from charlatan. So they fit within the DC universe as far as the multiverse goes, but they don't make a lot of sense to say that somehow that was a piece of actual history that's in the same place that this Batman that's sitting in this chair going, there's 3 Jokers, and has that letter, that makes any sort of sense that was in the same, that in the 1980s that happened.
Mm-hmm. I'm really hoping they don't do that they incorporate it directly into the universe.
Right. That doesn't make any sense. But then the whole button thing doesn't make a lot of sense then.
Because if you remember in the end of Watchmen, Manhattan goes into, after he talks to Ozymandias, he disappears into a globe or an atom or something. I can't remember exactly now. And he makes the comment about going and creating new life somewhere, right?
Yeah, the DC universe.
So the DC universe, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I hope they don't directly tie those things in together.
Yeah, but that button is weird. It doesn't make any sense. In a storytelling aspect, what does that have to do with anything unless they're going to use it someplace else? It doesn't have the right kind of elements to it. You didn't need it because you had this stuff at the beginning and the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're anybody who's a Watchmen fan, that stuff at the beginning and the end seals the deal anyway.
Right.
I mean, are there people who don't recognize Watchmen unless they have that smiley face with a blood spatter on it? I mean, is that
Maybe.
why they threw it in there? It's the over excessive hammer on the head to say, hey, there's some Watchmen stuff here. I don't.
Well, and now that you mention it, instead of having Batman just somehow catch a glint of this thing that just happens to be in the Batcave, and he goes over and investigates.
Well, he keeps. Here's what I was told. The guy keeps mentioning you need to check the letter out. You need to check the letter out. Does he need to check the letter out because that's going to strike his memory about the Flashpoint thing that happened that made everybody forget, or is it because when you look at that letter, it has that shiny thing that comes off of it that pinpoints that place in his cave, and that was the real clue that he's supposed to go look at.
Okay, sure,
which
but
to me is stretching it way beyond.
Yeah, I agree. But wouldn't it? Okay, this is the writer in me coming out.
Well, yeah.
Wouldn't it have been better for the button to have just be, because remember at the end of Watchmen, Rorschach's journal. Rorschach sends his journal to that one newspaper rag.
A rag,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy. So everything's happened. Adrian's won, etc. Right. Manhattan's gone. So the editor of the thing yells at his assistant, just pick something from the trash
slush pile.
The slush pile,
right.
Yeah. And there's Rorschach's journal. Wouldn't it have been better, possibly, for that same character, that same guy, same unassuming nitwit assistant, to have found that button somewhere in the DC universe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that would have been too on the nose.
Or too vague.
Maybe.
You'd have to be a more well-read Watchmen fan, I think, too, for that aspect of it, as opposed to that, that glaring button. The button and the clock, are the two things that probably scream the most, for that book, because you walk in any, chain bookstore or whatever, and if one of the trades is sitting on the shelf, those are the things that are on it, right?
Yep.
That watch, that clock with the blood splatter, or the button. Those are the two things that show up the most. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know, that stuff. The Watchmen stuff is weird. I don't have a problem with it as far as don't touch the sacred cow, but just weird elements to throw in there. I mean, I get the Dr. Manhattan thing, because I would have yawned if it was the Anti-Monitor again or something like that. Those kinds of aspects. So they needed a new thing. So I guess use that. But there have been people who have suggested it's a personal affront to Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons that somehow they, it's somebody at DC, sticking the finger to them again.
I think I read that Gibbons was caught off guard by this.
Sure.
So well, I kind of feel bad about that.
Right. Well, I know that they kind of talked to him beforehand when they were floating the idea for those spin-off books,
mm-hmm.
and kind of got his good graces as do it or whatever.
Which I think put him in Alan Moore's bad graces a little
whatever.
bit.
It doesn't take anything to have Alan
Well,
Moore, you know.
You can look at him in cross-eyed and he'll take offense.
Right. So you know, whatever. That's Alan Moore. That's Alan Moore's, if not his actual personality, his what he puts forward, and that's cool. Alan Moore can be pissed off and upset about it all. That's part of the entertainment of Alan Moore, I guess. I mean, it means nothing to me. I don't, you know, I guess I don't know the guy personally to be upset for him. You know.
Right.
I think they didn't tell him about this because I don't think they wanted there to be any conversation about those aspects of this until, because it was extremely tight-lipped, those aspects until it was released. At least until people got the advanced solicitations, it was tight-lipped. So, and I can't remember exactly what day it was that the people got the advanced solicitations, and they all were supposed to have a moratorium saying they couldn't talk about it until the day of release. But
wasn't it like 3 days before? That's what I recall, when things started showing up. Like, oh, we have the preview pages and whatnot.
Right.
Like, what the hell? Well, I thought this was supposed to be a secret until it came out.
Right. Well, no, they think they have to sell it, and they think they have to spoil it to sell it. So, so at any rate, so I think that's maybe why. Because he's not like, I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to pay him to keep his mouth shut? So I don't know how you can have that conversation. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know.
And
Gibbons seems like a pretty decent guy, willing to go along with things with the company.
He's still a freelance dude. What's he getting out of it? He gets nothing out of it.
Well, that's true. But why go to him for Before Watchmen and not this? Other than, you say, as you said, for secrecy. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how the mechanics work. I'm sure he's making some money on some of that stuff. I
would hope so.
In some sense, I don't know that he makes anything out of this.
Well, because now that we're talking about it, because that very last, not very last page, the scene. No, I guess it is. It is the next to last page in the story. They quote from Watchmen. It's the same blue background, and the lettering is the same from the book. It's exactly from Watchmen. So I mean, granted, the words are from Alan Moore, but it evokes the imagery that Gibbons put into the book.
Sure.
So I would hope that they would.
Really, comics do that all the time, though.
I know, you're right.
I mean, they go back.
Are everywhere.
They go back and it's like if they're going to reference a story, they don't literally take the exact piece of art, but they do a, basically something that's so close it might as well be,
but this is such a linchpin of this new initiative. I would hope that they would do right by Mr. Gibbons in some fashion.
I'm betting they are. I'm betting they are, but I'm betting they didn't talk to him for the secrecy purposes, though. I would almost bet.
Oof.
Or enough people have left that thought things like that were important, and because it is DC's product. It is DC products until it goes out of print and they get the rights back to it, which of course is never going to happen, and that's a whole other show and debate on that potential skullduggery or not, depending on how you want to look at it. But they don't have to. It's their stuff. They own it. They don't ask permission anytime somebody uses, Renee Montoya in a comic either. And that character was created by modern people who are around now.
So what you're saying is it's a matter of time before they start messing with Gaiman's Sandman characters and bringing them in more.
No. Sandman has Gaiman has a different level of power that they are not going to.
I don't know. Enough time passes.
Okay, you're right. If enough time passes, you're right. I.e., he completely falls off the face of the earth as far as any sort of producing something. Then yes, I think that just you're kind of crazy to make him angry at this point.
So you're saying that DC cares more about Gaiman than they do about Moore?
No, DC cares about DC, and Gaiman can unleash a much larger upset fandom than Alan Moore can. Alan Moore has a group of fans. That fan base is not nearly as big as what the Gaiman fan base is. Because Sandman transcends Sandman and the Gaiman stuff way past transcends comic books, way past.
Mm.
And he's married to another entertainer that's a whole different perspective. That I just think that sheer social media and those people going on and saying these people did me wrong would unleash people who normally wouldn't give a crap of what DC Comics are doing, would suddenly be beating down their door. And yes, all press is good press up to a point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't see. And I don't know what kind of contract. I don't know what Gaiman has. What he has may be different than what Moore has. I don't know what his Vertigo contract is versus what Gibbons and Moore
But
signed.
Based on what I know, though, I mean, DC owns all that stuff, but they have been very respectful of Gaiman and the creations he's done for DC. And,
well, maybe Gaiman's been respectful of them too.
Well, there's that.
Gaiman doesn't go on social media every month or every week and tear apart the big two either, right?
Does Moore do that? I don't pay attention to him.
Yeah, he says he washes his hands of all of this stuff that's been done and then proceeds to every couple of months he kicks the crap out of every creator who's currently working at the big two, even people who are his fans. He just that they're hacks.
Yeah. I've heard about that.
Yeah. He goes off and on, even though granted he made all of his money writing that stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Watchmen is only what it is in some degree because the editors said, no, you have to fix all this stuff because we don't want it to be Peacemaker and the Question and right. If it was those characters, it wouldn't maybe be what it is now.
Mm-hmm. Well, not to mention the fact that DC as an entity, as a company, allowed him to tell that story. I mean, that was a pretty controversial story to begin with, the maturity of it and whatnot. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's a whole other conversation.
Bite the hand that feeds you, I guess.
Right. Well, because he can at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we don't. I don't think we mean to pick on poor Mr. Moore like it matters, but anyway. So okay. So I think we pretty well talked about DC Universe and Rebirth and the DC Rebirth stuff pretty well, at least for now.
Sure.
I'm sure we'll have some discussions down the road. Yep. But Travis, before I let you go, there's one more thing that I would like you to talk about. Why comic books? What is it about comic books that have kept you reading, kept you engaged, kept you entertained for these many years? Why do you keep coming back to comic? Why do you keep reading them? What is it about comic books? Why comics?
That's a good question.
Not loaded at all.
No, not the slightest. I mean, I like sequential storytelling. I just there's something about what you can do in a comic book that I really don't believe you can do anyplace else, and it never fails to capture my imagination, to make me ask more questions, to make me think about stuff, different, whether that be, thinking about what the characters I'm reading, where they're at in their lives and what they're doing, and how would I, operate within that, or just the sheer entertainment of, superhero comics that are, the 4-color bash 'em up fun that I enjoyed as a kid, and I still enjoy it now. But I just think that there is something about the way stories can be told and the way they can be constructed, and it varies so widely. There's just so many different ways that can happen, that I just continue to be deeply entertained by that. I'm a visual person, so clearly art, that aspect of it, the whole thing. I know. I really enjoy that. I mean, there's lots of little things that I can get really, nerdy and gearheaded about how a comic book is put together, about the panel layout, the page layout, the thickness of gutters, even all that stuff plays into whether you know it or not. I really do believe whether you know it or not, as the reader, all that stuff plays into how it is you possibly might enjoy or be taking in what's there, and it all gets played with. Maybe not in the big two so much, but there's always somebody out there that's experimenting a little differently with how that's gonna, that's gonna be and whatnot. We see stuff now visually in comic books. There's no way that's stuff that would have happened, back when me and you first started reading comics and whatnot. And so I love that aspect of it too. I love the fact that the comics are still growing. There's parts of it that aren't, but I'm okay with that too. I just, yeah, I enjoy sitting down and like I said, just all the different possibilities of stories that are out there, and the fact that I get to read all those and stuff. I don't know. That's for me. That's what for comics. TV does not do it. There are some television shows that come close to telling stories in the same fashion or abilities to really entrance me in stuff. Rarely movies do occasionally, but it for me just hits a sweet spot of a combination of pictures and words to take me to someplace else. As silly as that sounds, it does. It just does, and I enjoy that. Whether it be comics that are all about escapism and are so ridiculous that have nothing to do with anything that I can remotely actually relate to comic books that hit home and quite frankly bring tears to my eyes. I like all those aspects. I mean, there's just so much there, and like I said, I love this era. As I said at the beginning of my part on the show here, this era that we're in now, where it feels like we're just getting so much more kind of stories that are out there, and telling them in their own ways. Whether that's stray bullets that is telling an incredibly non-linear story that I just find really fascinating to watch the train wreck that it is, or it be Low, the comic book Low, where you're dealing with somebody's attempt to try and hang on to hope when everything is just horrible, kind of a thing. Whether it be, the superhero comics, the Batmans, or even better yet, the Ms. Marvel, where you get to see this young woman, try to balance, the aspects of being a superhero and not really having this great desire for that, and also the desire to please everybody else that's around her. That harkens back to some of the good stuff that I liked about the old Spider-Man, comic book, where it's this young kid trying to figure out how to balance all this stuff and whatnot. I just enjoy all those stuff. There's just so much to tell. It just makes me even that much more enjoy comic books. The fact is that I have all that stuff.
Well put. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's it, Travis. I don't want to keep you much longer. We've actually been talking for I don't know how long it will turn out in the edited version, but Travis and I have been talking for nearly 3 hours.
Yeah.
Even before we technically started the recording. So I will let Travis go. And Travis, thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you so much. I have obviously enjoyed the hell out of our conversations on this show, but you and I talking about comics, reading each other's comics over the years has been, and that's one aspect I'll add to your list of very true things about why comics. Just that social interaction, especially for us, personally, we go into each other's rooms, and after we buy our comics, we go home and just we read them, and we'd swap. I'd read my comic, you'd read yours, and then we'd swap them.
Yep.
And read each other's stuff. That's how I read a lot of stuff that I never bought. You know,
Yeah.
a large chunk of Batman history I have because I read your comics.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's other ones I can't think of off the top of my head, but exactly the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Us talking about the Titan, the stuff that happened in the New Teen Titans.
Oh yeah.
Remember the Darkness Saga when that was going on in Legion of Superheroes?
Yep.
How we were like, oh my God, what is this thing? What are they doing? Where are they going? You know, it was just that excitement, and it just, we would just feed off of each other's excitement, and would help build that excitement, make us more love comics even more. So I really want to thank you so much for that aspect of my comic book experiences. You've been a great friend and a great co-host, and I'm looking forward to many more conversations to come.
For sure.
All right, Travis, I didn't do this at the top of our discussion, but why don't you tell the fine folks out there where they can find your own podcast, if you will, your own video cast about comic books?
Yeah, so I'm, of course, on YouTube. That's where I do all of my work at Unfil's Thoughts. You basically put in Unfil's Thoughts, and I'm what comes up. So.
Okay, and let's see here. Is there anything else that we should throw into the well, so to speak? Nope.
Nope.
So much to talk about, I know.
Yes.
All right. Well, again, thank you, Travis, and we will talk very soon.
Awesome.
Wasn't that a great conversation? I love talking to that guy. So this podcast is, like I said at the beginning, it's a super duper sized, supersized, super spectacular 80-page giant, 100-page giant, whatever the comic book equivalent is. This is it. It is definitely the longest episode that I will have ever released by a long shot now. Until this episode, the longest episode that I ever released was 2 hours and 58 minutes long. That was episode 14 back in October 2011. Yeah. I look at this episode as taking all of the June episodes and putting them all together into one, because I'm not going to be able to record probably until late June, early July at the earliest opportunity. So if you don't like long episodes, I'm sorry. But I wanted to have episode 100 as one unit and not broken up into chunks like I've done in the past with longer episodes. And it, everything fits to the theme, talking about the past, present, and future of the show, of me, of the blog, everything, just and all my friends out there, all the listeners that have contributed. So there you go. It is what it is. So I hope you enjoyed it. Before I go, though, a couple more things. First of all, I have received a few new iTunes reviews, and those are always great. You know how iTunes works. The more people that like and review your podcast, the more attention it gets. That's what they say anyway, which is why I ask for that feedback. But I got a couple new ones recently. One here is from Moon Girl, and I believe if this is the same Moon Girl I follow on Twitter, thank you so much. This is a person that I've found relatively recently on Twitter. Let's see. So Moon Girl said that, well done, smart, well thought out. He obviously knows his stuff and loves his books. Nice lack of snark. Okay, you don't know how much I really appreciate that, because I can't stand, I shouldn't say that, because I do make some snarky comments at times. I think everybody does, but I can't stand it as a matter of course, as a default position that I see a lot on Twitter. I hear a lot in some podcasts that I listen to. There's a relatively new comic book podcast that I will not name, but I was excited to listen to it because it has certain people from a previous podcast that I absolutely loved, and I don't think I'm going to continue listening to it because it's too snarky for me. There's a couple people on there that I just don't want to listen to that kind of negativity about a particular publisher and its offerings, and other related snarkiness. So, thank you, Moon Girl. That I really appreciate that. I like to think I know my stuff, and I certainly do love my books. So I appreciate that very, very, very much. And finally, one of the newer ones I've gotten. This is from Rising Star 50. I really enjoy this podcast as well as his blog. Oh, that's great. I love it when someone mentions the blog. He writes reviews from the same point of view as I would, as we have similar taste in books. I like that he explains what he likes and why, as well as books that may have run the course. I hope this continues on and other people can enjoy it as well. Well, obviously, Rising Star 50, that is my hope. And that is the plan, of course. I have no intention, speaking of talking about the future, I have no intention of stopping this podcast or the blog. If anything, it's just I care too much about this material, this subject matter, and my place within it, I guess. So I definitely want to keep talking about stuff. I have really enjoyed the examinations I've been doing, the more in-depth stuff. So you'll probably see more of that. I also obviously want to do more conversations or have more conversations with people. And I've talked about this on a previous episode. I think the Gutters New Year's edition. I think I talked about it there. Some of the stuff just kind of blends in with each other, and I have a hard time remembering where I said what and when. But I'd love to get some creators on here, so I'm going to start working on that for sure. However, I think the only difference is that I may not come out with an episode every 2 weeks like I had been trying to do. I may just try to just come out with episodes that I feel confident about, that I feel very strongly about, and those will just come out when they come out. That might be the only difference based on or compared to what I have been doing. So I really appreciate the feedback, guys, and the participation for this episode. This was wonderful to get the voicemails and the email. In fact, when I was recording with Travis, I got some later in the day. I got some Twitter feedback, because I put it on Twitter that I was talking with Travis, and if anybody had any questions for us, and I got some of those, but it was too late to talk with Travis about those things specifically. So I may have him come back on, and we can talk about those things in a future episode. Going the slow march towards episode 200, I guess. That's what I'm starting next. Before I go, I want to mention a couple things. First of which is, I should do this more often, but sometimes I forget. You can listen to the podcast on Stitcher. I guess I'm contractually obligated to mention that since I actually have the show on Stitcher. It's also now on Google Play for you Android users out there, and of course wherever you get your podcasts. I happen to use Pocket Casts on iOS on my phone for everything. So anyway, and also I am a very proud member of the Comics Podcast Network at comicpodcasts.com. So if you are looking for a bunch of great new comic podcasts, or maybe not even new, just some great comic podcasts that you've not listened to before, you can always find a bunch of them there. So you should check those out. And as always, if you have any feedback, any responses, or you want to ask me a question, you can do so by emailing me at longboxreview@gmail.com. You can also leave comments at the blog, longboxreview.com. And of course, in the various social media that I have mentioned earlier in the show and that are listed at longboxreview.com/feedback. Once again, episode 100, guys, I could not have done this without you listening, without your participation and appreciation, and I so very much love that. And thank you again for all that. These last 100 episodes have been great, and I can't wait for more to come. Thanks for listening, guys. Bye-bye.